Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oakley City Council. The Oakley City Council acting as a successor agency for the Oakley Redevelopment Agency, the Oakley Public Finance Authority. This meeting is called to order at 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Councilmember Fuller?
Here.
Councilmember Shaw?
Here.
Councilmember Williams?
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Here.
And Mayor Henderson?
Here. Item 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, our Pledge of Allegiance is going to be by 10-year-old Letsky, a student of Oakley Elementary. She was born in North Carolina and calls California home since she was a year old. She is the middle child of 5. She has 3 sisters, 1 brother, and has played soccer for 6 years. When she grows up, she wants to be a professional soccer player. Also joining her will be 11-year-old Kalina, a student of Oakley Elementary who was born and raised in Oakley with 2 older sisters. She likes art and crafts and wants to be a music artist or a voice actor when she grows up. Please all stand for our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 1.3, a proclamation recognizing March as National Red Cross Month. If Mike and Karen Lance can meet me up front at the podium.
Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people and renew our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. And whereas American Red Cross volunteers have stepped up to deliver relief and care across our country and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in times of crisis, as Clara Burton, founder of the American Red Cross, did over 140 years ago. And whereas the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crises. And whereas with 1,148 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 101 disasters, assisting 190 families, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 778 smoke alarms, making 241 homes safer, and trained 425 students through the youth preparedness programs. And whereas Contra Costa County residents donated 18,299 units of life-saving blood, hosted 530 blood drives, and trained 12,164 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, and provided 463 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And whereas this work to uplift our community is made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help whenever and wherever it is needed, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Oakley hereby declares March 2026 as Red Cross Month.
Thank you very much, Mayor Henderson, members of the City Council. Thank you for this proclamation, support of the Red Cross, and for the opportunity to speak this evening. I had no idea there were going to be so many people here in support of the Red Cross. So thank you. No, actually, I am an IT guy, so I have been looking at the news about what's going on with data center, and I don't want one in my neighborhood. My name is Mike Lance. I'm a volunteer currently serving as the disaster co-chair for Contra Costa County. I'm accompanied by my wife, Karen Lance, who's also a volunteer disaster action team member. On behalf of the American Red Cross, thank you for your continued support and collaboration. This proclamation follows a tradition started by Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1943 to raise awareness of humanitarian efforts, and has been continued by every U.S. president since, designating March as Red Cross Month. So thank you, Kim, for reading off some of the county statistics. I asked my staff to put together some Oakley statistics, what we did here with Oakley this past year. So we have provided assistance to 4 clients who were impacted by home fires. We held a community preparedness event and installed 96 smoke alarms in 32 homes. We additionally worked together with the county OES and city staff for the 2025 Care and Shelter exercise this last October at the Oakley Recreation Center. We are, on a personal note, I was one of the shelter trainers for that exercise. And, big thanks to Troy and the rec department for using the wonderful facility there and for all their help. And really to the city staff who made the event very successful and enjoyable. I mean, it was a long day, and we really enjoyed the camaraderie and work with the staff there. So, just kind of a shout out to the city staff for that. And, actually it kind of goes to my concluding comments here. We are grateful for the city's partnership, which was really demonstrated this past October, and for your shared commitment to building a resilient and prepared community. I hope we never have to open up a shelter here in Oakley, but if we do, I'm rest assured that your city staff is working to be prepared for your community. Thank you again for this proclamation and for your continued support.
Thank you. Item 1.4, receive a report from the Contra Costa County Mosquito Vector District from Michael Craig.
Good evening. I'm Michael Krieg, and I'm Oakley's appointed trustee to the board of the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. The district was established in 1927 and is a public health agency that is organized under the California Health and Safety Code. Our primary focus is, of course, mosquitoes that transmit diseases to humans. We also offer some services for dealing with other animal species that can be a threat to humans, including rodents, skunks, and ground-nesting yellow jackets. The district has about 35 full-time employees and adds seasonal employees during the warmer months. More than 90% of the district's revenue is from property tax and benefit assessments. In a typical year, we adopt a balanced budget where the district's revenues exceed expenses by a small amount and the excess goes towards our reserve funds. This year's a little different. Our revenues will be similar to the recent past, about $11 million, but our expenses will be dramatically more. That's because a major effort was begun last year and will continue at least until this fall to rebuild our 40-year-old facility on Mason Circle in Concord and do some additional work to the other facilities on that site. Some foundation and structural problems have developed over the years. There's also electrical, plumbing, safety, and security issues that need to be addressed. We built a healthy capital improvement reserve over the years specifically for this anticipated issue, but the project will completely drain that $8.5 million reserve fund and has required actually an additional loan, and most of that will be paid out in this fiscal year. During the project, both the administrative office and the field staff have moved to temporary locations, but they're continuing service as usual, although with having to put in some extra effort to get that accomplished. Despite some structural issues that turned up quite recently during the initial stages, at this point the project is on schedule and is expected to be complete in September. Moving on to the actual mosquito report. It's too early in the year to provide a detailed report on mosquito activity, but our big concern is the continued presence of the invasive Aedes aegypti mosquito in the city of Antioch. With a relatively warm winter that we've had, our scientific staff believes that eggs that were laid last year probably have survived the winter, and adult mosquitoes will start showing up in our traps over the next couple of months. This will be the third year that the yellow fever mosquito has been present in Antioch, if that happens, and unfortunately it's starting to look like it might be a permanent presence. The current area is between Hillcrest and Lone Tree, and last year covered about 950 acres, or about 1.5 square miles. This mosquito is a serious public health threat. It's the one that was responsible for the Zika epidemic 10 years ago, and it can transmit other viruses such as yellow fever, dengue, and chikungunya. Antioch is currently the only known location of the mosquito in our county, but there are 27 other counties in the state where it's present. It's evolved over many thousands of years to live comfortably around humans, breed in very small amounts of water, like a child's toy that's been left out overnight, a potted plant, a water bowl for a pet. The eggs can stay viable even if they've been dried for as long as 6 months. It's important that all of us be conscious about the risk of having standing water around. If you notice it, please dump it. Make sure it's not standing anymore. If dumping water is impractical for some reason, there's a product called mosquito dunks available at most home improvement stores, including Oakley Hardware right across the street. Product uses a bacterium that is safe around people and pets and works very well against the mosquito larvae in standing water. The district always wants to hear reports about the presence of mosquitoes, so we can send a technician out to investigate and address the problem. Reporting is easy to do. You can call the office, visit the district website, and it can be done anonymously. Finally, late last September, the district received many calls about a sudden surge of mosquito activity around Bethel Island and the Summer Lake area. It turned out to be a very large fly-off of a different mosquito called Aedes vexans, due to the intentional flooding of about 150 acres of farmland in Holland Tract. This mosquito, commonly called the inland floodwater mosquito, which kind of makes sense when you see what it did, is not very effective in transmitting West Nile virus, so it wasn't a major public health threat, but it is an aggressive biter, and it was a very unpleasant experience for the folks that live in that area. Unfortunately, our technicians didn't get any advance warning of the irrigation plan, and it took a few days to get the problem under control because the weather conditions prevented targeting adult mosquitoes with fogging equipment. We're currently working with East County farmers and irrigators to improve communications and hope that that kind of thing doesn't happen again. This is another example of where if there's something going on, we would like to have people report it promptly so we can get in action very quickly. That's my report for this particular time. May I answer any questions?
Any questions for our speaker? Thank you very much for your report tonight.
Thank you.
Item 2.0, public comment. At this time, the public will be heard on items that are not on the agenda. If you have or want to speak, there's blue speaker cards in the lobby to speak. As a reminder, the limit on public comment is 3 minutes. The light will change in front of my seat. It will have 1 minute, and there will be a beep. It will turn red when your time expires. Please refrain from applauding, cheering, booing, or any other outbursts so everybody has the opportunity to speak. Due to provisions in state law, the council may not engage in dialogue. In comments, staff may be directed to respond to the person making the public comment. Currently, I have one public comment card for tonight's meeting, Bud Chaddick.
Hello, council. Thank you for having me here. This is, a big night. You can see as everybody's here and whatnot. But there's also something I found out about some carbon capture that wants to be pumped under the river. And it's especially with like a lot of oil companies and whatnot, they want to get the waste down into the river all the way down. And it's going to start at where the Antioch PG&E plant was. So we're going to have a meeting at our Bass Club probably, I'm guessing May, with a full presentation on that. So it's something that it's for carbon capture so that they can get some revenue from the government, if you would. So that's the one thing. We're awful close to it, so that does have a big concern for me because the bridge is there, we're here. So right now there's some stuff in Louisiana they're looking at that's happened with the gases escaping and going through areas, so, and the damage to the environment and whatnot. So that's just one of the things I wanted to talk about that I've come upon. Another thing is, there's a lot of things in the creek that I've been doing with, as you know, and recently I was there this morning and we saw a few more native species getting back up the creek a little bit, but that was, very exciting to see and whatnot. On another note, I was in Southern California at a major fishing show that was like, $1.2 million to $3 million boats kind of thing. They, anyways, there was a lot of talk about a lot of stuff that we're doing here and about how they're not too happy about it also. And the other things that were talked about were keeping things sustainable, if you would, especially the fisheries and whatnot down there. So anyways, there's a lot of various things that they have been talking about with our fisheries up here and whatnot, and shutting it, maybe shutting it down still, that it might open. And we want to keep everything going there. We're also going to have a fish and game officer talk to us at the Bass Club this coming up week. One that I've encountered and been working with me is going to give a speech and a presentation. I would think anybody should want to go and learn, but if they care about the law, I would think it would be good. Another quick thing is the bicycles. That was down south. There was a lot of towns now like literally writing tickets for these electric bikes and taking them off the road and confiscating them. I did hear a lot of people in LA talking about that while I was there at the show, just as a sidebar. So something to think about in the future.
Thank you. With no other further public comments, we'll move to item 3, council member comments.
Council member, on my card, I put AI/Cypress or Summer Lake. So my daughter filled it out for me. I don't have my glasses.
Okay, then go ahead. You can speak on Cypress, yes.
Okay, so not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth time I've been in front of you. I appreciate that I just saw that they started doing the lines in the middle of the road, because when that fog was there, we weren't seeing anything. So I appreciate that. The other thing is the truckers. Now we're putting in the road right now, and those truckers are, because I'm the president, I'm getting people with comments that they're, and I think I've talked about this before, of their windshields being cracked, flat tires, all kinds of stuff like that. There's really no control out there. I've emailed Beard and Ditto regarding, and I want to talk a little bit about Summer Lake. And I appreciate that the guy brought up the mosquitoes, because we had them out there 4 times for meetings. But with the bikes and the motorcycles, I had 4 cops there yesterday regarding a homeless man that lives down here but somehow got out there. But we need you guys out there for that school. I've asked for it. The cops do not come out there because it's so far out there. I've heard comments why they don't go out there, but that school and now these e-bikes or whatever, our neighborhood is in chaos because of those bikes. They're going through the park, they're going on the levee, it's wild. I did a complaint yesterday with the police department, but when they came out for him, there was 2 calls that I had to make, and it wasn't even addressed. And they're running around at the time that they were there. I do appreciate the 4 that showed up because they were very professional and everything, and we didn't get accomplished what we did because he went over Sand Mound. I get a text 15 minutes later, he's coming back this way. I don't know where he ended up, but I'm here, Cypress, and then also I need cops in Summer Lake. Period. We got that school, and there's a lot of kids, and even our homeowners are running red lights, stop signs. It's crazy out there. So please hear me. Thank you.
With that, we'll move to council members' comments. Reminder that council members have the same time limit as the speakers. Council member Fuller.
Yes, thank you. This is an invigorating meeting. I had the honor and privilege of walking my precinct or district, District 5, to 2,000 homes, carrying the NorCal emblem of endorsement along CCB trades. Some people know this. When I walked that district, I was embraced. People were glad to see the trades out, see someone speaking up for the trades, and the evidence is right here. The people that are sitting here represent our community. It's been said that 40% of our community are union members in one form or another. The fact that you're sitting in here with your regalia, so to speak, I was talking to Mr. Cole, our city attorney. He says he's never seen anything like this. I said, well, we've had creative meetings, but nothing like this. It does me well. There's one thing that I've noted that I think needs to be noted, or I want to note. When we say we're going to said the Pledge of Allegiance, this room was already standing. It needed no invitation. When the girls came up here, they put their hands on the heart. We have American workers and working for America, and I'm glad that they are here, and I welcome them back. You may not like a lot I say, but I welcome them back, and incidentally, I have talked with all your leaders in one form or another. Some of them nice, not so nice, but we have our differences. But the fact is, I am glad we're here, and we're showing that this community, Oakley, is a union town and supports the trades. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Next speaker, Councilmember Williams.
I just want to say, I know some of you in the room may not be here because you really want to. You may not want to be here, but an engaged community is a thriving community, and this is what I want to see at every meeting, even if you don't agree or disagree with the projects that are on. This is how local government thrives, is by having people participate. So I'm really, really happy to see everybody here. So thanks.
Item 4, consent calendar. Do we have anybody that wants anything?
Yes, 4.1, 4.2.
Move the remainder.
Second.
We have a first and a second for 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. Can the clerk call roll call?
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Henderson.
Yes. Item 4.1.
Yes, this is again the same one that I've had before. The objections, I still say it's too brief. Mr. Meadows said, well, before I voted, now we should go along. But myself, I believe it's too brief. An example is that number 1, Greg Garcia spoke last week, or 2 weeks ago, the last meeting. It says Greg Garcia spoke. However, what did Greg Garcia say? Greg Garcia actually spoke in regards to this project and had something to say, but we won't put it in the minutes. There's going to be scores of people coming up to this podium, and I think they need the recognition and a chance to allow to speak, and that when we put it in the minutes, we ought to give them some credit for what was said. So I will vote no on this one.
I move approval of 4.1.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Fuller,
No.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Mayor Henderson.
Yes. 4.2, Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I just have one question. Is this, Mr. Barker's in the back, but Mr. McMurray's right over here. Is this just going to be the audio? This is not going to be what we proposed in the Brown Act with two-way communications and cameras and such, just the audio equipment within the four walls of the chamber, as I understand it.
It's both audio and video.
Pardon me?
Both audio and video.
But within the, are we going to be able to speak from without and send video out, or is this going to be just within? I know we have a Brown Act construction project coming up too, but
This is the same thing. So when we discussed SB 707 a few weeks ago, this item tonight would address those issues we discussed at that meeting regarding a hybrid meeting with the ability for the public to watch and communicate from outside of this chambers.
my question is now, I saw that it was approximately, I think it's listed at approximately $150,000 to complete. Is that going to be enough to enable a full completion?
Yeah, the item before you tonight is to cover the all the equipment, the installation of that equipment, a 3-year service agreement, and the contingency for the project.
Okay. Well, I will move this item for approval.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Mayor Henderson.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 5, public hearing. 5.1, Bridgehead Industrial Project. GPA 0223, RZ 0423, TM 1023, DR 1123, MSP 0123, DA 2025-01. Waive the first reading and introduce 2 ordinances and adopt 3 resolutions regarding an applications requesting for approval for a general plan amendment, rezoning, tentative map, design review, master sign program, development age agreement, including certification of the environmental impact report, and the staff report will be from Mr. Strillo.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Ken Strillo, Community Development Director, and I will be presenting staff's presentation to the City Council and public tonight. Thank you for reading off the project description. I will go through the project description. I'll be explaining all of the entitlements required and proposed by the applicant, as well as giving some background and history on the processing of the project application. And we'll start off with the general location. The general location is in Northwest Oakley, signified by the 2 yellow highlights there, and an up close of those 2 project sites we call the site north of the railroad tracks, the North Development Area, and the site south of the development, or the railroad tracks, the South Development Area. This project is generally located north of Main Street, east of Bridgehead Road, west of Big Break Road, and south of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad tracks. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is for the City Council to take action on the application, which includes a request for approval of a general plan amendment, rezone, tentative map, design review, master sign program, and development agreement, and it includes a certification of the project environmental impact report. This is a list of the entitlements, the abbreviations of which the mayor read off during introduction of the project. The general plan amendment is a request to redesignate the general plan land use of the southern portion that I just showed on the map from commercial to light industrial. The rezone is to reclassify or change the zoning district on the entire project site from Business Park Low in the northern development area and River Oaks Crossing specific plan in the southern development area to P1 Planned Unit Development District in conjunction with a preliminary development plan. The tentative map is to subdivide the 3 existing parcels. So there's the northern area, which is 1 parcel. The southern area is mainly 1 parcel with a sliver parcel along the railroad tracks. And the tentative map would subdivide the entire site into 10 lots. The design review includes all of the site design and building architecture, landscaping, etc. So it's the design ground up of the project. And the master sign program is for all signs on the project site, including entry signs, main project signs, and wall signs. And then finally, the development agreement is a development agreement proposed by the developer. It's included in your packet, and I'll get into the details of that a little bit in this presentation. This also includes the certification of the project's environmental impact report, the state clearinghouse number, which is a number provided to us by the state on the document, is included there, and that will also be considered. This is a required step that must be taken prior to or along with any approval of the project entitlements. The council has a separate resolution presented to you tonight for certification of the environmental impact report. The existing conditions, including the general plan and zoning for this entire project site, it's approximately 164 acres. It's bifurcated by the BNSF Railroad. The northern site, or the north development area, is approximately 76.4 acres. The south, approximately 87.6. It's a relatively flat site. Both sites are currently cultivated with vineyards, and there are existing buildings associated with those vineyards on the northern site. The zoning, as mentioned in the rezone description, is BPL, or Business Park Low, in the north site, and there's a specific plan, the River Oaks specific plan, that was passed, I think, in 2008 on the southern site. Surrounding uses, there are single-family residences, a marina, and the San Joaquin River to the north of the north development area, construction company, single-family residences, the Big Break Regional Trail and the Big Break Regional Shoreline Park to the east across Big Break Road, agricultural land, light industrial uses, commercial uses, and single-family uses to the south across Main Street. And then the Oakley Logistics Center is located north of the northern site and north of the southern site and west of the northern site. There are additional commercial uses on the corner of Main Street, Bridgehead Road, and Neroli, and on the west side of Bridgehead Road. So this is just, I'll go through the project description. I'll go through a little bit of description for each of the entitlement types, although I just went through them, so we might go through these slides a little bit quicker. We'll see what's on them. And then I'll share some renderings of the project. So to visualize the general plan amendment, this map shows the light industrial is the light blue. The red area that's changing to light blue is the southern south development area. So that is the 2 parcels, or the portion of the site requested to be changed with the general plan amendment to light industrial. So the rezone, again, there are 2 existing zones. There's the River Oaks Crossing specific plan on the south. There's the Business Park Low on the north. The rezone would be requesting to modify the zoning district of both of those areas to 1 planned unit development, which would coincide with the project. The tentative map proposes 10 lots, and the way that the project is designed by the applicant, each lot would have its own building. The table on the right shows how they anticipate phasing of the project. So to jump ahead a little bit, Phase A, Building 6. Building 6 is located on Bridgehead Road. And then the project continues all the way through Building 10 with Phase B, and that would be all of the buildings on the south development site. The Phase C, D, and E would be the buildings in the north development site, so that would be the later stages down the road for phasing of the development. So buildings 6 through 10 are in the south, buildings 1 through 5 are in the north. And then for the design review, as mentioned, this is for all new or redeveloped above ground improvements. It could include parking lots, landscaping, new buildings, whatever. And staff goes through the commercial and industrial design guidelines when looking at a design review application. We'll also look at the development regulations of the zoning code where applicable. We look at site planning, building siding, setbacks, entries and circulation, parking, and the other list of things up on that slide. And also, as part of this design review process, I just think it's important to note the entire site layout would be subject to review. So it's everything on the site, everything proposed. These are some renderings that were provided by the applicant. This is showing, this is big, looking kind of southwest, I suppose, down Big Break Road from what would appear to be a backyard of one of the adjacent residences. And the applicant, the photo on the left is what the applicant originally sent, and that's at partial maturity for the trees that would be planted. And then at full maturity, the photo on the right is what the streetscape may look like at full maturity of that landscaping. This is building 6, so the angle of this would be looking across Bridgehead Road from the west side of Bridgehead Road towards the project entrance and what would be the southwest corner of that building. And then this is building 7. This is one of the larger buildings along Main Street. And this is looking from the south side of Main Street, kind of northeast across Main Street towards the project driveway and the southwest corner of that building as well. This also shows a rendering, this hasn't been designed yet, but it also shows a rendering of one of the project requirements, which is to install a median in Main Street along their entire frontage. So basically from Dutch Bros all the way down to Big Break Road. And this is a conceptual landscape plan, a little tough to make sense of it given it's 164 acres. But it shows the general location of where trees will be proposed and then landscaping throughout the site, stormwater quality, detention basins, and so forth. And I'll get a little bit more into some of the landscape details here in a second. So the site is planting trees. There's a total of 1,379 trees included throughout the project. Out of those, over 1,000 are proposed to be 24-inch box trees, over 300 15-gallon trees. And for those that are familiar with those terms or not, a 24-inch box tree is larger than a 15-gallon tree. It's more mature, and it usually is used to have a more immediate positive visual effect on the site. For Big Break Road frontage, there are 95 trees proposed along that frontage, 74 24-inch box trees, 21 15-gallon trees. And I just did some rough calculations. Based on the frontage linear feet, it's approximately 1 tree for every 14 feet. For Main Street, there's 203 trees. I won't read through all the details, but that's about 1 tree per every 19 or 20 feet. And then for Bridgehead Road, there's 44 trees, which is approximately 1 tree for every 21 feet. And all the trees on Main and Bridgehead are proposed at 24-inch box trees. The Master Sign Program. Master Sign Program is required for any project that has more than 6 businesses. This project with the 10 buildings is anticipated to have more than 6 businesses, so a Master Sign Program is included in the planned unit development file that's attached to the staff report and available on the city website. And the Master Sign Program shows what the entry signs will look like. You see the main Bridgehead industrial sign on the top left there, and then a smaller sign which would be for tenant signs. And if you can make it out, the aerial or the site plan on the bottom, the red dots would be the right-hand sign, and the 2 blue dots would be the left-hand sign. It also includes signage for the building walls and things like that throughout the site. And finally, the development agreement. So the applicant has proposed to enter into a development agreement with the city. They're seeking a 20-year term from the date of its commencement, which would be 30 days after adoption of an approval ordinance. And the key elements include locking in the right to develop the property in compliance with the approved development plan. The entitlement terms would be tied to the term of the development agreement. So as an example, design reviews are typically valid for 1 year unless they're extended. If the design review were to be approved and the development agreement were to be entered into as proposed, the design review would essentially be good for 20 years. They'd have 20 years to develop the project or continue to develop the project. There's an annual review of the agreement, which is a standard thing in most of our development agreements. The developer would be contributing a public benefit of $250,000 towards the construction of an overhead railroad crossing across Bridgehead Road. That's obviously not enough money to do that project. However, that is a project where there's much needed improvements because of a lack of drainage infrastructure in that area. And it's tough to widen the street in that area because of the existing railroad crossing. The project's not in the city's CIP, however, it is in the traffic impact fee program. And then finally, it's important to point out there are no impact fee deferrals or waivers tied to the development agreement. So the developer is not asking the city to reduce, waive, or defer any impact fees. The trade-off is essentially a 20-year term and the right to develop under the approval and then the $250,000 coming to the city for that future project. And now on to the environmental review. You're going to see a lot of section numbers and title numbers and so forth. So the environmental review, every discretionary project in the state of California is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, often referred to as CEQA. Some projects are exempt once you look at them. Some projects are not. This project obviously was not. And after conducting an initial study, the project was found to require an EIR or an environmental impact report. So I will go into a little bit of detail on that. I kind of went through here, but the main purpose of an EIR is for disclosure and information of potential impacts that could be caused by the project. Also looking at ways to potentially minimize, reduce, or mitigate those impacts or avoid if possible. And then to look at reasonable project alternatives such as changes to the project, no project, and a few others. And then to present that information to the public and to interested parties and receive comments and go from there. And that doesn't explain it all, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I will keep going here. And it will all make sense. So the draft EIR has a list of impact categories as noted in the bullet points there on the right. Each of those impact categories have some sort of threshold of impact that is analyzed by the EIR consultants and the sub-consultants. And those thresholds are what determine not whether there is an impact, but whether that impact is to be considered potentially significant or not. There may be impacts that are less than significant. There could be impacts that are potentially significant. And the goal of the EIR is to identify the level of those impacts, which ones are potentially significant and require mitigation, which ones are less than significant, which ones have no impacts, etc. So this is a little bit of the process that the city goes through when an environmental impact report is done on a project. So the first thing is what's called a notice of preparation is released for a 30-day public review. That was released for this project from May 10th of 2024 to June 10th of 2024. A public scoping meeting was also held on May 20th, so in the middle of that NOP comment period, or public comment period. And that was to solicit public comments regarding the scope of the draft EIR. So at this point, the draft EIR had not been written. And the NOP comment letters are included as an Appendix B to the draft DIR. This is a good time to point out. When you hear draft DIR, that doesn't mean what most people think of with draft, which is not the final version. For environmental impact reports, there's a draft EIR and a final EIR. Those together make up the EIR for the project. The purpose of the draft EIR is to have most of the analysis in it and to solicit comments. The purpose of the final EIR is for any changes made to the document, text changes, and to respond to all of the comments timely received on the draft EIR. So going back to this slide, on September 19th of 2025, the draft EIR was delivered to the State Clearinghouse, which is it used to be the Governor's Office of Planning and Research that they handled these, but it's in the Governor's Office, and the State Clearinghouse takes in all CEQA documents and provides them to certain state agencies. And that was for a 45-day public review period from September 19th to 2025, or I'm sorry, September 19th, 2025 to November 3rd of 2025. Also, the notice of availability of the draft EIR was posted on the city's website and mailed to local agencies and interested members of the public. And the city posted the actual draft EIR on the City of Oakley website as well. After close of the draft EIR public comment period, which was November 3rd of 2025, final EIR, which provides copies of all the timely received comments on the draft EIR and responses to comments, was produced. The final EIR also includes revisions to the draft EIR text and what's called a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, which is a table that summarizes all of the proposed mitigation measures in the draft EIR. And then the final EIR was made available on the city's website on January 9th of 2026. During the public comment period for the draft EIR, the city received three comments, one from the California Department of Transportation, one from the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and one from Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance, submitted by Blum, Collins, and Ho LLP. The final EIR included all of the comment letters, including responses to those comments. And then the city received a fourth comment letter on the draft EIR, which was received outside the public comment period for the draft EIR. And then we still did a response to comments to it in the same manner we did to letters in the final EIR. It was provided to the Planning Commission as a part of their staff report when they made their recommendation to the council. The city also received a public comment letter related to the EIR on January 20th. I think it was right before the Planning Commission meeting started, from Lazo Drury LLP, and that was on behalf of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 324. And a copy of that letter and the city's response have been provided to the City Council as a supplement to the staff report. It's made available in the public hearing binder outside, and I believe it's also been uploaded to the city website. The EIR and the staff report call attention to significant unavoidable impacts. So that's one of the keys of an EIR. In most cases, an EIR will result in significant and unavoidable impacts, or else it probably would have been reduced to what's called a mitigated negative declaration, where all impacts can be mitigated to a less than significant level. And these are the three areas where there's significant and unavoidable impacts identified in the EIR. The first is creating prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance to non-agricultural use. These properties are classified in the Department of Conservation as farmland of statewide importance. The second two are to conflict or obstruct with implementation of applicable air quality standards. And the third is similar to the second one. It has to do with air quality standards for the entire region. Those are the three impact categories that the EIR was unable to reduce to a less than significant level, even with mitigation included. On March 3rd of 2026, the city received 2 letters of withdrawal related to previous comment letters on the EIR. Page 11 of the staff report gets into a little more detail on that. The two letters of withdrawal have been included as attachments 8 and 9, and they came from one of the commenters on the draft EIR and the late commenter on the draft EIR, the first late commenter on the draft EIR. On March 10th, the city received a follow-up letter from LIUNA, or Labor's International Union of North America, stating they had no further comments on the EIR after receiving the city's response to their late comments received by them. And those comments, their letter and the city's response, were provided to the city council and made available in the public binder. I believe their letter was also submitted as a written public comment. I think I saw it come in as a written public comment, but we also received a letter from them on that. While these letters have been officially withdrawn, sorry, I got lost for a second. I just want to say, while the letters have been officially withdrawn from those that submitted them, they are still part of the administrative record of the project. We do not remove them from the final EIR or anything like that. And finally, as part of the environmental impact report, in order to certify an environmental impact report that has significant and unavoidable impacts, the City Council must make a statement of overriding considerations. And this is all included in the proposed EIR resolution. So that resolution includes some benefits to the project, the statement of overriding consideration. It summarizes the significant and unavoidable impacts amongst much other information that is useful for making your determinations. So going back to the Planning Commission, as you're aware, the Planning Commission first heard this project, and as a result, they adopted resolutions for the Planning Commission, or I believe two resolutions for the Planning Commission. And I'm going to go through that meeting just really quickly to give you background on that. So on January 20th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for this same project, and they were being asked to make recommendations to the City Council. Public comments were received via online submittal and in person. I would say that a majority of the public comments were related to concerns regarding impacts such as water and electricity consumption, specifically related to data centers. Potential use for the project is listed in the applicant's proposed planned unit development. Some other comments were related to removal of the vineyards and the visibility and height of the buildings along Big Break Road. And sub-comments were against the project for varying other reasons not already mentioned above. And some comments were in favor of the project due to potential job production both during construction and long-term after development. This by no means is meant to cover each and every comment in all detail that was given, but that is how I remember most of the comments going from that meeting. After close of the public hearing, the Planning Commission deliberated, and they ultimately adopted two resolutions. Planning Commission Resolution 226 was recommending the City Council certify the project EIR. Planning Commission Resolution 326 was recommending the City Council adopt or approve the project. Planning Commission 326 included a verbal modification and a request to add a condition of approval in response to all the public comments received and the concerns from the public at that time, to make data center a conditionally permitted use in the PUD. What that would do is, if a use is conditionally permitted, it's required to go through a discretionary action for its approval, as opposed to being a permitted by right use where you come in and pull building permits. So the Planning Commission's modification was added as condition of approval number 10 to the Planning Commission Resolution 326. As a result of the Planning Commission's action, the applicant slightly modified their project and went ahead and just kind of summarize what this slide says. They contacted staff and they said, the Planning Commission recommended this, we're just going to change it. We'll just make it a conditional use permit in the PUD. And so staff modified the PUD on February 9th to make data center no longer permitted by right and instead require a conditional use permit in the PUD. For that reason, since the PUD has been modified with that change. There is no condition of approval related to data center and CUP required. Now to get into some quick analysis on the general plan, I just want to point out your staff report has summaries of the findings. Each of the respective ordinances and resolutions have complete findings in them. But the general plan amendment would allow for the entirety of the project to come to fruition. It would provide for the light industrial land envisioned by the Oakley general plan. This is in what's called the Northwest Oakley planning area, which envisions this as a job center area. The amendment would look to place an existing land use designation on property, thereby maintain internal consistency with the general plan, and it would not inherently create detrimental conditions to the community's public health, safety, and welfare. The types of uses in the PUD are very similar, albeit they are more modern in their naming conventions, but the LI district kind of has these catch-alls. They have some uses listed. The light industrial district. I want to try to not use too many abbreviations. They have catch-alls. So there's a list of uses, and then there's other uses that do not create dust, smoke, fumes. And then for conditionally permitted uses, it's ones that do emit dust, smoke, fumes, etc. So those are kind of catch-alls. It could really be any type of use. The PUD is much more restrictive, so it doesn't reference back to the light industrial district. It has its own set of uses. The rezone essentially just allows for the project to be planned as a whole under a single set of development regulations, and then kind of locked into that development with the PUD. So for instance, if a PUD or a P1 district were to be approved for this site, it's a little bit different than if the site were just, say, light industrial zone. If it were just light industrial zone, any project could come in, designed however they want, and propose a use that's permitted, and a design review gets them through the process. With the P1 district, they would need to come in and develop in a manner approved in the site plan for the P1 district, approved with the landscaping in the P1 district, etc. Any changes to that would not just require a design review, but an amendment to the P1 district, an amendment to the zoning. The tentative map is probably the most straightforward one on this project. It's just subdividing into 10 lots, which would each have their own future building. The lots are plenty large enough to meet the size requirements for new lots in a similar or the applicable zoning district. The design review, as mentioned earlier, was analyzed with the Oakley Commercial and Industrial Design Guidelines, which were adopted by a city council, much different city council than the one in front of us today. It was many years ago, but we still use those to analyze projects. And so staff looked at the architecture, the site planning, how the landscaping's done, things of that nature. And when you look at this project, it's quite evident these are light industrial type buildings with the quality materials and glazing and so forth on them. Finally, the master sign program, it's called out in our sign code, which is chapter 9.5 of the Oakley Municipal Code. That has all the guidelines and everything for master sign codes. So master sign codes, or master sign programs, again, are proposed for any site, commercial or industrial, with 6 or more businesses. And the development agreement satisfies the criteria required to be looked over when recommending approval of a development agreement by the Planning Commission, and for the City Council to direct the mayor to execute a development agreement. Just to get into some of the benefits of the proposed project, this is sort of summarized from the EIR resolution, which these would be used to support a statement of overriding considerations. So there is economic growth expected to create over 3,000 new jobs in the region. The estimated annual general fund surplus of $1 million to $1.4 million. These buildings would be new energy efficient buildings. They'd be subject to the new 2025 building code that went into effect this year. So all energy efficiency in the code now would be installed in these buildings. which could be seen as a benefit that these would be more energy efficient than similar existing buildings in the region since they would be under a new code. And then the provision for industrial uses just states the project would provide for construction and operation of light industrial and logistics buildings very close to a freeway and provide for underserved local demand of those uses. There's several infrastructure improvements that are tied to the project should it be approved and constructed. One is dedication, and when we say dedication, that means that the land is essentially given to the public to be in the public right of way. So dedication and improvements, including curb, gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping to Main Street, Bridgehead Road, and Big Break Road. It would include installation of a median in Main Street along the entire project frontage of Main Street, bicycle lanes along Main Street, Bridgehead Road, and Big Break Road, pedestrian safety improvements to the at-grade rail crossing at Big Break Road and Big Break Regional Trail crossing at Big Break Road, and at the intersection of Vintage Parkway and Big Break Road, where currently there's proposed to be a four-way stop where the project entrance would be, with, I believe there's conditions to require a traffic signal warrant study at a time when users are known and we can analyze the traffic going in and out. And then finally, so for anyone that uses the Big Break Regional Trail, you're probably well aware that as you're heading west through Big Break Regional Park, it terminates. You'd have to go down Main Street and continue on that way. So this project would connect the trail along the north property and connect it to where it kind of terminates over in the Oakley Logistics Center before it heads back up north and along the shoreline. The city would be requiring the developer to install the improvements for the trail. Signage, gates, bollards, things like that would match East Bay Regional Park District's design standards. And then the trail would be dedicated to the city to own as public right-of-way. And the trail would be funded in perpetuity by a funding mechanism established by the future owner or the owner of the property and future owners of the parcels to be created. So it would not be funded by public funding, it would be funded by that funding mechanism. And this would close the gap between where Big Break Trail currently ends on Big Break Road and where it continues over in the adjacent project. And finally, the project would have the potential to engage with the Contra Costa County Green Empowerment Zone. Staff has sent the project applicant this information and given them the contact information to other staff that could assist them with making contacts or networking within this GEZ. And the idea of the GEZ, it's pretty new still, but I believe the idea is to create networking opportunities for skilled laborers and clean energy types of business and workforce. And finally, the draft findings, as I mentioned before, are included in your 2 ordinances and 3 resos, I believe you have. And then I just wanted to cover some public comments that have been received because we write the staff reports and they're analyzed and they're looked over by several people in the city and they're finalized, and then things happen all the way up to the meeting. So we do our best to provide all the information that we receive in between those times. So for public comments that were received through the online portal prior to March 10th, today at 4 p.m. have been forwarded to the City Council. I believe you have all those. For emails that were directed to staff, which was me, I think people were sending them to me, I followed up with each of those submitters to request if they would like their email forwarded directly to the council, or if they wanted to go through the online portal, and I provided them a link to the portal and instructions on which item this was, etc. I think one asked it to be forwarded and one went through the portal, so both options worked great. The letter commenting on the EIR from Liuna received January 20th. This is probably more information I have to go to, but there was 203 or some odd pages in the letter due to its exhibits, and then our response letter included the letter with all the exhibits. So we did our best to provide a full paper copy for the public hearing binder in the lobby, but limit what we had to give all of the staff and city council in paper. So you should have received a full copy electronically and then a reduced set in paper with the option to request the full paper copy should you want it. Hopefully that, I believe the city clerk sent that email out earlier. And then as stated earlier, Leona sent a follow-up letter. I received it this morning, essentially stating that they were happy to see that we responded to their comments, that they had no further comments on the EIR. And there are also, aside from the Leuna letter, we received a comment letter from Sierra Club today, March 10th, and a letter from Diablo Water District received March 9th. And I'm going to get into one more thing on Diablo Water District in just a second. But this is a list of the proposed resolutions and proposed ordinances. So the first resolution would be a resolution of the City Council certifying the Bridgehead Industrial Project Environmental Impact Report. I won't read through all these. I just want to summarize them. The second resolution would be essentially for the proposed general plan amendment. The first ordinance would be for the rezone. So the City Council would be asked to waive the first reading and introduce the rezone ordinance. The tentative map would be a resolution, and staff is asking, we have worked with Diablo Water District to kind of find some language that would satisfy them and some concerns they had on potential uses that could exceed their utility capacity above and beyond what was analyzed for the project. And I think you'll find in your letter from them that they have also agreed to this condition of approval. So should the council take action on the tentative map resolution tonight, we would request that this condition of approval be verbally added to that resolution. And it states that the Bridgehead Industrial Project requires utility service capacities in excess of those noted in these documents of approval. Owners shall be required to coordinate with the respective utility service provider to arrange for such increased service capacity. Locked in. The final ordinance would be for the development agreement. Development agreements are required to be approved through adoption of an ordinance. With that said, as conditioned after receiving all of our letters and working with Diablo Water District and East Bay Regional Park and receiving some withdrawals and thank yous for working on these comments, staff is recommending adoption of the project through these 5 actions. That concludes my staff report. I have with me, should any questions come up that I am unable to answer, because I understand there's a lot of details on this project. I have the project applicant. I believe they would like to come up after public comment in case there's questions that arise through public comment to be given an opportunity to answer those. Jason Bennett with JB2 and Dave Babcock with Babcock and Associates. I also have the EIR consultant, Rainey Planning and Management, Mr. Rod Stinson, and we have our transportation consultant and our biology consultant. We are going to have our noise consultant and they ran into a little issue on the way, but everything is okay there. So the rest of us will do our best to answer any questions that come up on that topic. And with that said, that concludes my presentation. I want to thank you very much for sitting through that. I know it was lengthy, but hopefully I was able to provide a good summary of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. We'll move to questions from
No clapping.
questions from council. Council Member Shaw.
All right, so I have a couple questions, and then I'm going to leave the rest of it for deliberation after the public hearing closes. But I wanted to, I had a town hall after the Planning Commission meeting, and a couple questions got brought up there, and so I wanted to see if we can get some of those addressed. And one was about light shielding. So can you talk about what a photometric plan is and how that helps with light spillage for the neighboring residents?
Yeah. So there's a condition in I'll call it the entitlement resolution. It's the tentative map design review and master sign program resolution that requires, I think it's condition 13. It requires the applicant to submit a final photometric plan. The photometric plan itself, what we require is a plan that shows how much light will be cast on the ground throughout the project. The main point of that is so that we can ensure that areas where there's going to be pedestrian activity have at least 1 foot candle of light to provide for safety. As part of that review, we also ask that they provide, we'll see if there's light spillage on adjacent properties created by that photometric plan. And if there is, we would ask them to correct their plans to put light shields on those lights that are creating that spillage so that it cuts or cutoffs so that it will not allow the light to be directed horizontally from the project site and instead be cast down onto the project site. So the photometric plan is something, the final photometric plan is something that comes at the building permit stage, and planning staff will review those for compliance with that condition and with, as you mentioned, light spill over.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then there was some concerns about light industrial needing some additional police enforcement. So can you talk about how this project would pay into our police force, and would it cost the taxpayers money, or would it come from the project themselves?
Yeah, and I don't have exact numbers for you on that, but all new development, whether it's someone that just bought a house in Oakley, for instance, a new house in Oakley, or it's a commercial project or this project, if they're required to get any sort of discretionary approvals, there is a condition put in there that they need to enter into what's called the P6, the P6 tax, and it's essentially a property tax that is paid by the future property owners of whatever property is a part of that project, and it goes directly to help funding additional police services that may be required as a result of that new development.
All right, and then I also have, how did we determine, I know the trucks only, like large trucks, are not going to be going onto Big Break. How would they be entering the northern parcel, being bifurcated by the railroad track?
So in order for large diesel trucks, can I just give a little bit of, okay. Mm-hmm. So the Big Break Road, the access on Big Break Road would be mainly for workers of the site, so office workers or other workers that would be driving their regular vehicles to the site. It could have occasional deliveries like what we would have in our neighborhoods from delivery vehicles. But as far as trailer trucks, diesel trucks, and everything, they would not access the site from Big Break Road. It's actually designed in a manner where they can't even really get there to the large buildings on the west side of the northern property. In order to use those buildings, the applicant will need access through the Oakley Logistics Center property. And they're currently working with that property to get that access. So they would come in through Wilbur and Bridgehead.
Okay, thank you. And then road improvements versus construction. There's a lot of road improvements on this project, both on Big Break, Bridgehead, and Main Street. A lot of concern about when those improvements will be done, as far as when they're required to have them done. So I do believe it's something to do with before occupancy. So can you explain a little bit about how they're required to do the improvements and when those would happen?
Yeah, I may need to go back into the reso to see the timing of those, but generally speaking, the improvements are done when the parcel adjacent to those improvements is constructed. So for instance, the northern site would be done when the northern development area is constructed or improved. The southern, Building 6 on Bridgehead. So Bridgehead would be done probably when Building 6 is done. I could try to pull that up as I'm answering that to see if there's specific triggers that I just can't remember right now. And I'm happy to look that up kind of as people are speaking and bring that back to you.
Thank you. And then I want to go back to the current zoning, or I want to go to the current zoning, the River Oaks Crossing. They did an EIR in 2008, and the same impacts were mentioned in that one. So if the rezone doesn't happen, the PUD doesn't happen, it could be built today, and those impacts, that EIR has already been certified. Am I correct?
Correct.
So specifically air quality, and the converting prime farmland, 2 of the 3 that we had mentioned. Those are already been brought up in an EIR. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was correct on that because it is 2008. That's quite a while ago. I appreciate the Planning Commission's meeting. I watched it online, and I understand what the intent was with the CUPs for data centers. And I do want to ask, and we can get into more in discussion later, but if the council wanted to remove one specific potential use, would we be able to do that instead of having it as a conditional use permit?
You mean take a use out of the list of uses in the PUD?
Yes.
Without needing to come back?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And then I have some others, but I am going to wait until I let other people go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Okay, I'm going to nerd out, so you probably want EIR consultants to come up for a second, unless you feel confident. All right, so the EIR does identify some impacts, right? 3 significant unavoidable impacts. So the first one, the project could result in significant and unavoidable impacts related to conversion of prime farmland. Who decides what is prime farmland or farmland of state significance? Who's the decider on that?
The ultimate decider, I'm not sure, but the mapping is done by the Department of Conservation. So the Department of Conservation, you can go on, you can find their most up-to-date maps, and they will include those. There's many more categories, but those 3 categories are what, remember when I talked earlier about CEQA thresholds? Those are the 3 categories that would create a potentially significant impact if they were to be converted. These are statewide importance is what they're classified as.
Okay, and then do you have any idea how much of Oakley was once identified as farmland of state importance?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. And then from what I could find, it seemed like a lot of it and a lot of our housing that we have today was once on the map. So, but that's not fair to ask for a percentage. But it does look like there's a lot that was once at one time.
Yeah, it could have been that way. I know that every once in a while we get to update the maps if sites are developed. I know anyone can go on to Google Earth and look at what Oakley used to look like. And
okay, and then there's a couple more EIR impacts. Specifically, the project could result in significant and unavoidable impacts related to conflict with or obstruction of implementation of the applicable air quality. Can you make that in English for all the folks? No?
I can't, but our EIR consultant
Perfect.
probably
I told you
could.
I was nerding out, so.
Would you like them to do that now?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
if that's
great.
okay. Don't go too far, though.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Rod Stinson, Rainey Planning and Management. To answer your question, the EIR concluded significant unavoidable for criteria air pollutant emissions, both on the project level and in the cumulative setting. And those criteria pollutants are set by the local air district, and there are thresholds related to pounds per day that is allowed to be emitted by a project. They go through a whole host of modeling through the whole region and the air basin to identify at what level will a project, if they emit more than their threshold, would that be a significant contribution to be a significant impact. And so this project for ROG and NOx, which are criteria pollutants, they're ozone precursors. They react with the sun to create ozone, and so that's the pollutant of concern here. Both of those exceeded the thresholds unmitigated. We provided some mitigation measures and were able to reduce the NOx emissions to below those thresholds, but ROG emissions remained over. And so we concluded it's remained significant and unavoidable even after mitigation.
Okay, so I think that leads to sort of my next question, because I think when people see that, they get very concerned about, okay, I live next to this project. What is my risk for asthma? What's my risk for cancer? From what I was reading, it looked like the project's emissions are actually below the thresholds to the neighborhood, but contributing regionally.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good distinction. So those criteria pollutants that we were just talking about, those are set on the basin-wide level, and those are looking at concentrations in the entire basin, not concentrations of pollutants at a neighbor's house. Those emissions and cancer-causing emissions were addressed in the EIR, and a health risk assessment was prepared that did a whole bunch of fancy modeling and identified the highest concentration that could occur at the nearest sensitive receptor. And those emissions, those concentrations are then converted in certain ways to a potential increase in cancer risk. And the Air District sets a cancer risk threshold, and this project is below that threshold.
Okay, great. And then just so that we all have the same information, you don't just do this for Oakley, you do this for tons of cities. So how many of sort of more job producing, right, of these sort of projects that are the ones that have kind of a bigger impact on the environment, either from housing or from this, how many of those regionally do you see probably similar? I'm especially interested in like the regional contribution. So is that sort of common? Is this unusual for this project, or?
For large projects like this, 3 million square feet or so, it's fairly common to have the regional emissions be significant and unavoidable. CEQA does require that we include all feasible mitigation measures, and that's what we've done here. It's just we couldn't get it down to the level of less than significant, and that tends to happen just a function of the size of a project.
Okay, great. I think that's it for EIR stuff for now. Okay, I think Councilmember Shaw already asked some of that questions. Okay, so how would the intensity of development under existing zoning, right, say nothing changed, how does that intensity compare to what is proposed under the PUD? I realize that's difficult without having actual applicants, but is there a difference in the intensity use that rezoning and putting everything into this PUD, is there something that would make it more intense, less intense?
It is a hard question to answer because if everything were to stay, are you talking about if nothing were to happen tonight and we had the River Oaks crossing and then the business park low? So, I mean, just to kind of go through that exercise, River Oaks crossing includes 3 big box retailers like Super Walmart, maybe not a Super Walmart, but a Walmart type use, and possibly 2 other big box retailers. So that's what is approved in the River Oaks crossing specific plan. And then there's various other commercial types of uses that would be consistent with the permitted and conditionally permitted uses in our retail business district. So retail, grocery, gas stations, things like that. The northern property is Business Park Low, and that would be required to be rezoned because the general plan is light industrial, so it would need to go through a rezoning to be consistent with the general plan. The types of uses allowed in the light industrial, as mentioned previously, warehousing, so similar uses to what's in the PUD, although the PUD gets in, when I say PUD, the applicant's proposed rezoning document. Very similar uses, however, the PUD is more specific in what types of uses there are. The light industrial could also have things that are, I guess, not sure the right word to use here, but they could potentially emit dust, smoke, fumes. Think of like an outdoor landscape business or a rock business, things of that nature, with approval of a conditional use permit. So the list of uses in the light industrial would be larger and more unknown as to what potentially would be developed. Intensity, just go back to the original thing, which you kind of already caught on to. It's just hard to see without knowing what's being proposed.
Okay, perfect. And I think this just tees off Councilmember Shaw's question. So could the council, it sounds like we could prohibit certain high impact industrial uses, or could we limit them? The reason I'm asking these is because obviously when I first envisioned this project years and years ago when it was brought here, like I was really envisioning research, biotech, clean energy, clean manufacturing, and stuff like that. So is there a way to at least protect some of the uses. We want, obviously, the applicant to be able to get as many different users here as possible, but is there a way to protect, especially the ones that are adjacent to sensitive uses, right? Housing, things like that. Is there a way to sort of buffer it so that there's a little additional protections, so that way we can encourage the types of businesses while still protecting the residents' investments for those homes?
Yeah, and that's something I would definitely, when the applicant gets up, talk to them about, ask them about, because from staff's perspective, although we don't know what final users are going into these buildings, when you look at the plan, the largest buildings are located either on Bridgehead Road, sort of by the Dutch Bros on Main Street, and then the smaller is a relative term here, but the smaller buildings are located along Big Break Road. And those, although they are tall, they're as tall as the other buildings, they kind of function as a buffer to where the loading docks and things are on the interior of the site. And then the buildings that are down in the eastern side of the south property, I think they're a little bit smaller than buildings 6 and 7, which are on Bridgehead and further west. So the way it's designed is, and I don't know if they did this intentionally or not, but the smaller, relatively speaking, buildings are located closer to those sensitive receptors than are the large, probably more intense use buildings.
Okay, perfect. And then I've gotten a ton of comments from people who ask about, Big Break and the relation to Big Break. So can you confirm a little bit of my timeline? So these grapes were first, 1982 is when the Klein family seemed to have taken ownership of the property or started farming it for commercial use, right? And then it was county land, that we were not a city yet in 1982, right? And so it was heavy industrial then. And then it looks like in 2002, it got rezoned to light industrial, I'm guessing to match the city's sort of zoning at that point in time, since I'm assuming we didn't have heavy industrial.
When the so when the general plan was adopted in 2002, that's when the general plan land use designations were put on the site. The zoning, as you mentioned, heavy industrial, was a county zoning that remained on the sites because when the city incorporated, there was no citywide rezoning exercise done. So although the general plan was adopted and it had land uses on all of the properties, the zoning in many cases did not match. However, the general plan, the zoning needs to be consistent with the general plan, not the other way around. So it's not as if a heavy industrial use could have come in. If there were to have been development, it would have had to rezone those sites to be consistent with what the city council adopted in 2002 for the city's general plan.
Okay, I got it. And then Big Break didn't actually even open until 2005. So did we get any comment letters from East Bay Regional Parks about the impacts of this?
We got the comment letters from East Bay Regional Park District were mainly focused on the trail and how they wanted the trail designed, how they wanted it connected. They wanted to make sure that it was of a certain width and quality of asphalt, and that the gates, bollards, signage matched their designs and specs that they have in place, all of which is part of this project. Yeah, condition for this project.
Okay, great. I think I will let somebody else have some time. Sorry, guys.
Councilmember Fuller.
Yes. Number one, Rainey has not withdrawn or modified the EIR's final and draft since we've received them, correct? We've received the final product.
Exactly. Well, the final EIR that was made public back in, I think, January, that has not changed. The final EIR and the draft EIR have not changed.
As I read it, and just to make sure, but the final product was built off the draft, which was dated September 2025.
Yeah.
And there's been no changes to either one of them since we've received them.
Correct.
Okay. Actually, since they were posted on the website. But there's been no
Yeah,
modifications.
yeah, correct. You received the same ones that were posted on the website.
Right.
Yep.
The final EIR has, as we've said, significant impacts that are unavoidable. In other words, they're going to hurt people, but there's nothing we can do about it. If no matter how we put it together or design it or put it together, the air quality is going to deteriorate no matter what we do or how we do it, and just to make sure. But the gas emissions, the greenhouse emissions, are going to go up in the sky, and we're just going to contribute to the global warming. That we have valuable farmland we're going to plow under, at least that's what I understand, is plow under when the state's trying to keep it, and that's unavoidable and a significant impact, all of which are classified as unavoidable, which, so we say, well, there's significant air impacts, the air quality is, but just to make sure, can you explain how we are going to ignore those and go ahead with those projects?
Not sure I can explain how you're going to ignore them. I think the city council needs to consider those and weigh those into their decision that they make on the project. They're well explained in both the draft EIR and the final EIR. You can see at what, I guess, level they exceed the threshold that they may exceed, and then the final determination is written in the EIR resolution, provides benefits of the project, statement of overriding consideration. So ultimately, that is a decision for the council to make.
So in other words, we should consider significant considerations that are great value, and so if a 5-year-old has asthma in Vintage Parkway, we're going to do it anyway. And we're going to there. Even though the prevailing wind is from the west to the east, we're going to go ahead with the deterioration of the air quality if we approve it, because there's other significant considerations that the city considers more important. Is that correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as the air quality impacts have been described. I think I'm not as good as explaining them as Rod are. The air quality impacts are for the region, and the health risk assessment that was done did find that impacts to the sensitive uses. When we say sensitive uses, in this case, it's the nearby residential uses in most cases. If there were a school right next door, it would probably be that as well. In this case, it's the residences. So Alicante. And so the EIR analyzed those, and it found that the project as analyzed would not exceed the threshold for those things.
But as I read through the draft EIR, there was a proposal of the best alternative to avoid these.
Mm-hmm.
And when I read it, and I meant to see if you can confirm this is true, was no project. If we want to protect the quality of the air in our city, if we want to not contribute to greenhouse gases, if we want to assist in preserving farmland, not only here but within the state, there's one other, that it said in there, the best alternative is no project. At least that's what I read in the draft EIR. Is that correct?
Order. So we have a lot of people that want to talk tonight. We're trying to get through these questions so we can open up the public hearing and stuff like that. But we're going to need everybody to listen, let everybody get to speak, and we just need to keep the decorum for us. So please hold your applause or clapping and everything so we can get everybody a chance to speak.
I still haven't received the answer to the question, but did I read that correctly?
Yeah, I was going to answer. You said that the no project is the environmental superior. Yeah, so the no
solution.
project, yeah. Obviously no project, although in this case no project would result in impacts with the River Oaks Crossing specific plan. But the way CEQA works is there needs to be another alternative project that's analyzed in the CEQA document that needs to be the environmentally superior alternative. So I believe a different one is called out there in the EIR other than the no project. And off the top of my head, I don't remember which one that is.
There was, I won't go there now. I'm back at questions, but this question is of grave concern to me. What is it you are explaining about the data center and CUPs and PUPs? And is this going to be like written, or are we just going to make an oral agreement tonight to put this in?
What was that? The data center and the PUBs? I'm sorry, I did not understand the question.
Well, I wasn't understanding totally what you were saying. People are concerned about the data center. I heard something about the state coming in and say, well, can't you do something else? And then the county came in and did something else. And one of them is, and I would agree with them, is a CUP is kind of, I mean, that we've had our CUP with McDonald's. We know what that's all about. So you offered up something else with a PUP, is what I saw on the screen. Did I misunderstand it, or is there another provision, or is there anything in the ordinance that I can read at this time to see what it says?
Yeah, I think what was presented was that in the PUD, the planned unit development, which is the document that supports the P1 district zoning, the data center was modified to require a conditional use permit. And the reason for that, and going back to the Planning Commission meeting, was that a conditional use permit would require discretionary action, which would be a project under CEQA. And so in the event that a data center were to be proposed in the future, it could not just come in and get a building permit. It would have to go through the discretionary action of obtaining a conditional use permit, which would mean it would fall under CEQA. And then we would look at it, which we would do anyways, but this added another layer there. We would look at it to make sure that the use as proposed would fall under what was analyzed in the environmental impact report. So whether that be water utility, whatever it may be. So the CUP was sort of a tool that was recommended by the Planning Commission to add another layer of discretion should a data center be a proposed use in the future.
Okay, well, again, I will ask just a simple one, simple yes or no. Is there any documentation of what you have just said in the ordinance that will confirm this, that I can read now?
Are the words that I just said in the ordinance? No. The PUD, the Planned Unit Development District, has been modified to include data center as requiring a conditional use permit. It's now a part of the project as proposed.
Well, my concern, and this is why, you mentioned sometime during this whole talk about data center, an oral agreement at the last minute. Is there an oral agreement that we are going to be asked to vote on?
There's a written Planned Unit Development District that shows the use requiring a CUP. If you were to adopt the rezone, you're adopting that document. It becomes the official adopted zoning for the project.
Maybe I can clarify, Councilmember Fuller, that would become an ordinance of the City Council. It would be a legislative requirement, so it would be above and beyond an agreement. It would be something better than an agreement. It would be something that would have the force of law. And that requirement that Mr. Strillo was mentioning would be required as an ordinance, as an act of the City Council. So it would be mandatory. It's not something that's a promise or a handshake or an oral agreement.
Well, the question still isn't answered, and I'll go over it again during the discussion. But we have people in here who are protecting their homes and their families and their welfare, and we have people that want to be employed. So we have a major decision. To the best of my knowledge, none of us, including me, well, of course I wouldn't be, because I've been censored, you understand. But the reason that it is they can't make a decision because there's nothing that was here before they came. And now we're getting something now that they have to, that we have to agree with, and they haven't been informed ahead of time. Is that correct?
I would say,
No, let them
Right?
answer.
It's part of the agenda packet. It's in the proposed ordinance. So the proposed ordinance has been available to the public, and so it's in there. What you received is what has been available to the public.
Okay.
And the one other point I would make is because, as Mr. Strelo has pointed out, the conditional use permit was added for the data center, that means that if you approve this tonight, there is no automatic approval of a data center, that a future applicant would have to come to this council, would have to go first to the planning commission, and then that could be called up to this council. So ultimately, there would have to be a further hearing, and the conditional use permit would require us to do additional noticing. It may also require us to do further environmental review, but everyone who is here tonight and any future residents who live in this area or who might be affected by that type of application would have the right to come to this council if and when that's ever even presented and have another hearing just like this one, but it would be focused on the data center. So you're not automatically approving a data center if you approve the PUD. You're simply creating authorization that would require a future application, which would trigger its entire review and CEQA process.
And opening up the proposed ordinance and going through it, give me a minute. The page 2, moving into B on page 4, the uses authorized or proposed in the land use district are compatible with the district to uses authorized in the district adjacent districts. In that types of use permitted in Proposition P1, district include truck and trailer, parking and storage, general warehousing, high cube warehousing, cold storage, warehousing, fulfillment center, parcel hub, automated sorting center, fulfillment center, parcel hub, automated center, distribution and logistic facilities, transportation facilities, general manufacturing center. In the last, second to the last line of B, data center, and industrial battery storage. The PUD also includes definitions of characteristics of each of these uses. So when I'm reading page in the ordinance that was presented to me, and who knows what I got, but because there is a communication problem, but in what I'm reading, and I think affirming for the people that are here, is that on page 3, 2B, second to the last line, it says data center, and if we vote aye in the majority, no, it has to be a 4 to 5 vote, right? On rezoning, can't be a 3-5.
5.
It has to be 4-5.
No, it's a majority.
Yeah, what? Super majority.
No, it's not a
3-5.
super majority. It's a majority of the council. 3 votes are required for this change.
rezoning.
There's no super majority requirement for this.
Hey, was the presentation saying we were going to rezone something?
I'm sorry, was the presentation saying?
The presentation, you used the word rezone in it several times.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
why were you using rezone in there, if I may ask, if we're not voting on rezoning? There's no need to rezone it. It's already there. That they can go ahead in the zoning now and build on what's there. We don't need to rezone it. Or we need to rezone it so they can build it into light industrial, as I remember it. So it seems like it's there rezoned, but let's just make hypothetical. that if we decide a hypothetical that it's a rezoning, it's a 4-5 approval. It can't be 3-5, it has to be 4-5. We can approve the project 3-5, but to rezone it, which has been mentioned several times, and then the data that I've read, rezoning so that it can be built, and when we rezone, then it can be built. And that bothers me because now we're being told, well, no, there's no data center listed in there. But yet we're going to vote on question 2B, second to the last line, first words, data center. So we will, if this passes, if it is rezoned, hypothetically, but I think that's what we're working on, 4 or 5, and passes 3-5, a data center can be approved. Let me ask, that would be the same as with McDonald's, is that not correct? McDonald's was approved to be built years before it was. And it had to go in there. Councilmember Meadows brought this up when we discussed it the second time around, that if we didn't approve it because of what happened years ago, that we would get sued. So 10 years from now, when they come in to build a data center, they can sue us if we don't give them a conditional use permit, right? Because we've already approved the data center for construction. And it says right there, the uses authorized. First line, second to the last line, first 2 words, data center.
If I could jump in, because I think, we got a lot of people in the room. I don't know how many people are watching, but we need to be dealing with fact. And I'm on the city website right now, so I'm looking at everything that is available to the public right now. What you should be looking at is attachment 4, and that is the plan unit development. That is the zoning. So the ordinance adopts the planned unit development, but the plan unit development, the actual zoning regulations are contained within that attachment 4 document. And on page 7 of that attachment, there is a table 2, and it describes the permitted and conditionally permitted uses that would be allowed on this site if this project were approved. And yes, the applicant is requesting a rezone. That has been stated very clearly in the staff report and the presentation by Mr. Strelo. All the uses that are being proposed here are permitted with the exception of the data center, which is a conditionally permitted use. So if the council chooses to approve this project in its entirety, if the applicant comes forward with a data center use, that will require a conditional use permit, which is then processed and heard and approved by our planning commission.
Like we had in McDonald's. Thank you very much. And by the way, you say it's on the website. Mr. Cole, are we to go to the website to make decisions that are going to affect the health, well-being, value of the homes and the employment of people by going to the website? Do people have to kind of guess on the website? Or should we be going exactly with the document that we have? Excuse me.
No.
Excuse me. This is very important.
Councilmember Fuller, this is in the packet that was published, was available to you, was available to the public. So yes, if people want to look at our agenda in the backup that's provided, that's in the agenda, that's on the website. But this is before you tonight. This is part of the record. This is, if you go to the online agenda, which all of you are looking at, and you look at section 5.1, agenda item 5.1, the city manager just told you where to find that. That is here, that has been published. So it's available to everybody.
And what's being said, if we approve this, the data center will be approved. Now, if in the future they decide
that
not
requires
to
a
build
further
the data
hearing.
center,
If you approve this tonight, yes, as written, the PUD amendment will allow a data center, but as has been explained now by the city manager and by staff and by myself, that requires a conditional use permit. And under our ordinance, conditional use permits are discretionary actions that require a CEQA review, as well as discretionary approval by the Planning Commission. And under our zoning ordinance, the City Council has the ability to call up a Planning Commission matter, but anyone who is aggrieved by approval. So if the Planning Commission approves a CUP for a data center, the public has a right to appeal that to this body. So I just want to be very, very clear tonight. Nothing you do tonight, if you allow the ordinance as it is written, will guarantee or require or mandate the automatic approval of a data center. A data center would simply be a conditional use that would go through your conditional use process that would trigger a hearing and trigger a future CEQA review. I just want to be very clear about that.
And one more time, just like McDonald's. McDonald's was approved years ago, but
you mentioned McDonald's, and McDonald's was a conditional use permit that got a majority vote of the previous council. And that was a discretionary approval that had a CEQA review. It was not automatically approved. So yes, Councilmember Fuller, the data center, if you take this action as proposed tonight, would trigger, and you all will remember, the McDonald's hearing, I think, was several hearings and took several hours and had not quite this many people, but if I remember, it had a packed audience. And they all had a right to speak on that before it was approved.
okay, that does answer my question. Okay, that does get there. And of course, the second here, Mr. Strello, can you explain significant considerations, what that term means, and how does it apply to an EIR?
Are you talking about significant and unavoidable impacts?
Well, in the EIR, there are several times significant considerations appear. What is your definition of significant considerations? Maybe I'll ask it that way.
I don't know. We have, as Rod pointed out, we have the significant and unavoidable impacts, which there were 3 of, and he went through the air quality ones in detail. We talked about the vineyard ones. So if that's what you're talking about, the significant and unavoidable impacts are impacts that have been identified in the EIR that are above a certain threshold. And even when implementing feasible mitigation, after that impact is reduced by whatever amount that mitigation may reduce it, it still exceeds the threshold, even if by just a little bit. And that's what that term would mean.
All right. Well, I think that answer that. I'll have further comments in the discussion.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw, you have another question?
I do. Just a follow-up. No project being the best mitigation. So does saying no to this project today mean the vineyard is mandatory, has to stay? No. And if the southern parcel got an application, if we denied this for, hypothetically speaking, a Walmart, and this EIR has been accepted and approved, and they built today, would they have to go through another environmental review?
No.
So the circumstances that are identical in this one that we found on the current one would still be subject to those. By right, they could build.
Yeah, the River Oaks Crossing is an entitled existing zoning that has an approved development plan that includes the 3 big box retails, the other smaller retails, approximately 690,000 square feet of big box retail.
And potentially
smaller.
more traffic for all of that use.
Commercial would be considered to have a higher peak hour use of traffic than.
I guess I'm asking because I obviously, right, everyone wants to just say no, and we have to hear everybody, but I just want the public to understand, and that's what I'm asking. A no to the project doesn't mean a no development. There's already approved specific plan on this southern site right now with an accepted EIR.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And the northern side is designated light industrial.
Councilmember Williams.
And I also think it's important. I know a lot of people have never been to a city council meeting before, maybe haven't watched them. So I think it's important that we
Point of order. Is
talk
there
about a
question
couple
here, or is this a
questions.
discussion?
So when
Is
we
this an
have an
appointment,
ordinance,
a question, or is this a discussion?
point of
to
order.
get
I'm in the
Manning?
middle of a question. Thank
No.
you. So
It
a
has
point.
to be question period, not discussion.
This is a question, just
Let's
like how
hear the
yours were.
question, not
So
hear about
my
how people
question
don't
is.
understand.
My question is this. So if we have a proposed amendment in our staff report, that's what all of us get according to the Brown Act. The public, all of us on council, we get that same document at the same time with the agenda. The city council has no secret packets up here because the Brown Act requires that the residents, everybody has access to the exact same documents. Is that correct?
Yeah, so any memo that you receive, any public comments that you receive, the city clerk makes those available on the city website, places them in the public hearing binder. And I can say for certain that our assistant city manager made sure that happened today.
Okay, so everything that we're seeing up here, so when our city manager referenced go to the website, the reason he's saying that is because anybody who has questions about any of these things that are being talked about, they can pull it up and they can follow along live, right? They don't have to just pay attention to this. They can go to each of these documents, yes?
Yes, yeah, all the documents attached to the staff report and all those that have been provided between preparation of the staff report and tonight that is on your dais is available.
Okay, and then teeing off of Councilmember Shaw's EIR question, the exact same impacts that are noticed in here are the existing accepted EIR impacts.
That are in
So
your
the
packet?
2008, the accepted EIR on that parcel that has an accepted project already, if nothing happened, these exact same impacts would happen already because of that project.
The loss of vineyards.
Loss of significant
statewide,
farmland.
Yes.
And it also had the ROG. It has all the same impacts.
Yeah, I did not study that EIR before
I
this
did.
project, but
I
if
did.
you did and you say that, yeah.
Okay, so then my question is to clarify, because I heard some people getting upset about the asthma comment. This is below the threshold. Even if this project is accepted, take out the data centers because it says it's a CUP, so that would need a separate EIR should that ever come back. The threshold for sensitive areas, schools, residents, the neighborhood, is below the Bay Area Air Quality Management. Is that correct? According to the EIR.
There were two impacts that exceeded the regional basin and I think the global
ROGs.
criteria, the ROG. So those are above, and even with mitigation, cannot be mitigated below the level.
But that's not going to cause the neighborhood folks to have asthma because it says it's below the threshold for things like health impacts.
I would again ask our air quality specialist to come up to answer that question, especially when you're talking about that sort of question. We could ask Rod what the specific impacts would be related to ROGs and them exceeding that threshold.
Okay, and then one last question about land use today. So if a landowner is not, just because this is a farmland of statewide significance, does the state of California, do any of those have a legal grounds to force a landowner to continue farming land just because the state or whoever deemed it statewide importance? Can we force, or can the state force that landowner to continue farming on that property?
Not that I'm aware of, unless there was some sort of Williamson Act contract on the site for a certain number of years that they would have to honor. These sites do not have that. So the main focus here is that this area is being disclosed and identified as being farmland of statewide importance. Many sites that are statewide importance were, when the city was incorporated, were included as developable land under the general plan, so that was identified long ago. And of course, we have the urban limit line and the HCP. There's other things that come into play that are kind of all involved with developing within city limits that help to somewhat mitigate that and create land, not necessarily farmland, but habitat outside the urban limit line.
Okay, great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
In the general plan, the area to the north is zone light industrial, correct?
In the north of the north property, it's, I think that's actually Delta Recreation North. There's the commercial recreation.
The north area, not north of the north area.
Oh, the north
The north
area,
project
sorry.
area. is
Designated
zoned-
light industrial.
Okay. And it's staying. So when talking about the prime farmland, whatever, did in the EIR, did they look at any other crops that are viable there?
No, the EIR does not look at.
So it's only looking at grapes?
No, it's looking at the what that Department of Conservation map has.
They're just really looking at because there's a vineyard there. They're not looking at if that vineyard is viable in the marketplace today. They're just looking that there's grapes there.
Gotcha. You're talking about when whoever mapped that is statewide importance. Okay.
Right? That's all they looked at, was that there was a vineyard there. They didn't look at if there's any other viable crops that could be grown on that property. When they talk about farmland, they're just talking because there happen to be grapes there for 40 years. Okay. That's what I thought. Because it's not prime farmland, but.
Okay, that completes council members' questions. We're going to open the public hearing, and before I open the public hearing, we have about 80 speakers tonight, and it's going to be important that everybody gets to speak and the council gets to hear what they want to say, but we have to maintain no cheering, no booing, no clapping, so everybody can be heard. We want everybody to get a chance for this. Other cities limit their times. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep the 3 minutes so everybody gets their 3 minutes to speak tonight. So we're going to try to do this very efficiently. So I'm asking you to please keep the decorum as we try to go through this. I'm going to start on with the online speakers that wanted to speak, and then I will start on the blue cards. Our first speaker is going to be David Bonson.
Good evening, City of Oakley officials. I know tonight is a hard night and decisions have to be made, but there is always something to be said about taking your time to make well thought out decisions, and tonight's decision requires praxis. So vote no. Vote no on rezoning of the Bridgehead industrial development tonight and give our city, Oakley, the thought it needs. This is our community, our homes, our livelihood. Obviously, we're not extremely wealthy people, or we would be living in a place like Sonoma, like the Kleins do. The Kleins are dripping in wealth, and when you vote yes, you vote for them. A vote no is a vote for us. They want to strip away our area for their own greed because they can. They will get richer while we can't sell our homes because of this industrial complex. No one will want to buy a house next to it. Our big break neighborhood in Vintage Parkway will be decimated. I urge you to reconsider. Nowhere in our city charter does it say Oakley bends to the will of the Klein family. Fred Klein and his daughters do not have the best interests of Oakley in this proposal, only the best interests of their bank account. On January 20th, we were introduced to the Klein daughters, the people who cried Ozempic. They played the woe is me card, complaining that they were losing money on wine and these 100-year-old ancient historical vines were only making small fruit. What they didn't say is these vines are the backbone of their ancient historical vine collection from their website. They didn't say that they had their own thriving wine brand, Gust. What they didn't say was the Klein family has over 8 other ventures that make millions each year. What they didn't say was they put the land into their dad's LLC for tax benefits to make sure that their assets couldn't be target in civil litigation. The City Planning Commission voted 3-2. After the vote, Leonard Price couldn't even look at the galley on what he voted for. At the Cipollini's meeting that Ms. Shaw set up, she said that they had 1 month of training to make such an important decision. Developing the industrial center next to a residential will result in catastrophic devaluation. Is the $1.4 million the city can gain worth losing $100 million in reduced property values? I think not.
Your time is up, sir.
I have one last thing to say. I want to end this with a quote. Just because you can doesn't mean we should. Just because we always have doesn't mean we always have to. Once we know better, we should choose better. Thank you for your time.
Dev Masashi. Swazi Masashi. Sean Fisher. Joseph Canada, Jr. Laura Kuma. Diary. Ben Wise. Tracy Boyum.
My name is Tracy Boyum, and I've lived in the Vintage Parkway neighborhood for 34 years. You will hear from many concerned citizens tonight. Most of us
Can you just put the mic down a little bit? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Better. Most of us are here to speak out against the possibility of data centers being a part of the Bridgehead Industrial Project. You will hear a multitude of very good reasons why data centers are bad for our community. I'm not here to rehash all that. I am not against the development of the land. In my life, I've learned everything changes and nothing stays the same. We all love our vineyards here in Oakley, but I know we're going to lose this one. I am here to suggest some amendments to the project. First, I would like to see the buildings along Big Break Road be limited to 40 feet in height and increase the setback. I would also like to propose the last building, I think it's building 3, be eliminated altogether. I know there's a bike and walking trail planned to go through that area, but imagine the possibilities for the community if we had the Fred Klein Family Park adjacent to it, especially with its proximity to the marina and the Delta. As far as data centers go, I think 99% of the people here tonight are against having data centers in our city. These people are your constituents, at least the ones that actually live here in Oakley that are here. We voted for you to do the right thing for us. A ban on data centers for this project is doing the right thing. There were several members of the Planning Commission that were interested in stripping data centers from this project. Ken Strelo advised them that they didn't need to go to that extreme. He stated PG&E would never allow it, that a conditional use permit was good enough. I don't think there's anyone here in this building that believes that. A conditional use permit does not do enough to protect us. Your decisions tonight will affect our city for many decades to come. I urge you to do the right thing by placing a ban on data centers for this project. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Ben Sipes. Don Cipher. Oh, okay.
Took a while to get up here.
No problem.
I'm Ben Sipe. I've been living in Oakley about a decade or so. Moved here
with my wife, and we're very concerned about the data center, the proposed data centers. I understand that it's not 100% that it's going to be data centers, but there's a reason they're putting that tag on there. It would be naive to think otherwise. I think the harm the data center does is detrimental to the entire community. They say that it'll bring in about 2,000 jobs based on the financial report. When I crunch the numbers, it's not even close. Data centers employ, my estimate would be about 40 people, very minimal. So if this is a data center, it's just gonna damage this community and not bring any jobs. So that's all I wanted to say.
Colleen Mazzy? Messias? Sorry.
My name is Colleen, and I've lived in Oakley for 37 years. I have two issues I'd like to address. First is the conditional use permit on data centers discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. A vast majority of your constituents are vehemently opposed to data centers for a multitude of reasons. I'm asking the city to put a moratorium on data centers, and in the name of transparency, if any public official opposes this, go on the record as to why and acknowledge whether or not they have signed any non-disclosure agreement related to the Bridgehead Industrial Project. This isn't a hard decision. Second, I take issue with the size and scope of proposed buildings 3, 4, and 5 on Big Brick Road. Must we really accept this albatross? Limits need to be put on this. Maybe the developer could sit down with the architects of the Friends of Oakley Library and devise a better plan. Don't allow a billionaire landowner and developer to push through a subpar design on us. Demand better. And one last thing, demand road improvements first before any building construction begins. Thanks.
Don Cipher.
I'm hoping that that is me, Dawn Scafuri. Good evening. You have to excuse me.
Could you pull the mic down a little closer to you?
I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before. I've lived in Oakley Parkway almost 20 years. I respectfully and strongly oppose the rezoning to allow a data center. From my research, I believe this would have a negative impact on the nearby residents and overall affect our quality of life. Per the general plan amendment analysis, it states, amending the land use designation should align with existing goals and policies that do not create detrimental conditions for the community's public health, safety, and welfare. A data center would have a negative impact, especially for the Vintage Parkway residents. Increased utility bills due to the extreme demand for resources, added strain on the current utility infrastructure, and the cost to retrofit at the consumer's expense, lowering house values. This is my retirement, and I cannot afford for my home to become worthless property. The air, water, and noise pollution. I believe that this would have an overall effect on those with chronic health issues, myself included. Negative impacts are avoidable if the City Council would vote against the rezoning for the data center. I'm just very curious on why any of you would vote for it. Thank you.
Christopher Long.
Thank you. I moved to Oakley about a year ago, so I'm new in this town. And during that time, the decision to move here was uncertain. As I got off the freeway on Main Street of the town, I saw an abandoned Burger King, abandoned Kmart, and a lot of industrial ugliness as I walked or drove down the main street of this town. I was hesitant to move here, but then at the time I brought my 11-month-old daughter to Big Break, and that's where she learned to walk. And I fell in love with the beautiful surroundings of that area. Then I noticed there was houses right by it. And that inspired me to want to move to this area, and so we did. But now, this hideous building is being proposed, when instead we should be improving the main entrance to our town. And I may have been born during a day, but it wasn't yesterday. And Mr. Fuller, you're onto something. They're going to slip that data center in as soon as they approve this. You think they won't? Then you've got another thing coming. They will approve that. It's just a matter of time. And when they do, a data center, and now I'm a computer information systems professor at the local college. A computer in a data center is about the size of a refrigerator and requires the electricity of about 50 houses. And a data center will have thousands of these machines in them, demanding the power equal to the city of Walnut Creek to be added to our town. Instantly, our power bills will go up at least 25%, as what's happened across this country. And in addition, the property values will tank. Now, I'd hoped one day to move to this town and give my house to my daughter to sell one day, or maybe even live in and raise a family here herself. But I don't see that as being a possibility if this goes in. And to destroy generational wealth and millions of dollars of future tax revenue from property taxes would be an obscene mismanagement of public resources and the public trust. Thank you.
Order. Joey?
Hi. Ooh. All right. Oh, there we are. Okay. Hi. I'm not here to talk to you about pollution today or really anything like that. Although I do care about pollution, I understand it's not everyone's bag. I'm talking about jobs. I'm talking about culture. The data center. Okay, sorry. Whew. I need a second. I don't do a lot of public speaking, but typically data centers that are built, they cost billions of dollars for the company, so not us. That's great, but they do only create about 200 permanent jobs. Now we're talking about like construction jobs and all that. It's great. It makes like 4,000 jobs for a while. 200 permanent jobs maximum. Some guy before me, he said 40. I've lived here for I'm in Brentwood, but I was born and raised in East County. I'm 26, and I remember the farms. I remember it being beautiful, and I remember thinking that there was jobs in town for me when I got to like 16, 17. There was in small businesses, in retail places, in yes, occasionally big box stores, because those places employ more than a data center in just one building, and data centers, again, take up twice the amount of space, hire half the amount of people. Makes no sense. Look at the quality of life and the cost-benefit analysis for citizens versus the outside companies trying to build these places. And you're realizing you can bring in money for the city, but you're not bringing in anything for your citizens. You're not bringing money for your citizens. You're not bringing in better culture for your citizens. You're bringing in noise, which can cause chronic health issues with the heart, with the head. That's not an exaggeration. That's physical issues that can be caused by constant noise. You are actually, sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted here. Councilman Shaw and Council members Shaw and Williams. I wanted to address what you were talking about with the pollution. You said that it was the exact same with River Oaks Crossing, but it is not, in fact, the exact same. You said 2 out of 3 of the things were true of River Oaks, and then later said that it was all of them. I just wanted to make a note of that. I would rather do a little bit less pollution for way more jobs than way more pollution and way less. And I'm not, again, not for pollution, but I'm sure as hell not for this data center either. We're talking a lot of potential. We will potentially have these types of trees. We will potentially have this revenue, potentially have these jobs, potentially. I am seeing no promises and no guarantees for anything but $1.4 million to the city of Oakley. So I'm confused what you're promising us. Please do not vote for this. It's bad for your citizens, and it's bad for you.
RJ Reveza. Okay, we'll move on to the blue speaker cards. Kevin Summer.
Hello, can you hear me? Cool. Hi, my name is Kevin. I'm a high school history teacher. One of the most important parts of my job is preparing the next generation for a future that involves a lot of struggle, right? Constant struggle, especially when it comes to the environment. So on that subject, let's imagine two futures. One where the Bridgehead industrial project passes and one where it doesn't. In the first future, the rezone passes. Klein Family Ventures sells the land to Oxfoot Oakley LLC. 164 acres of Delta farmland is torn apart so this community can be flooded with high-value businesses. In this economy, that suggests, as we have been talking about, a data center. Plenty of room to build one of the biggest in the entire Bay Area, 164 acres. The environmental damages that accompany this are obvious, but even past this, the benefits don't show. The jobs the project could create might benefit the community, but there are absolutely no guarantees these jobs go to even a single person living in Oakley. The rest of the community, the vast majority of people, get absolutely nothing. We go from a beautiful vineyard to a huge gray building that poisons the 30 million Californians that drink from the Delta watershed. Who asked for that? Did residents of Oakley demand an increase in traffic? Did residents of Oakley demand dirtier air? Did they demand a data center? This is a future where city officials ignore overwhelming community pressure in order to listen to a family of millionaires that's letting a slight decline in profit make them sell their souls to Amazon Web Services. It's a future of ever-increasing environmental disasters and long-lasting resentment towards the people that allowed it to proceed. The struggle over this wasteful project would never truly end. In the second future, something better awaits. The rezone fails and the southern parcel stays commercial. Maybe it could be a park or simply stay as is. Either way, this future represents one where the people of this community came together in righteous indignation, demanding a stop to this undemocratic and unwanted industrial project. In this future, people have come together and used their collective power to tell the people who think they can quietly get away with poisoning the world that they cannot. This is the future we must see. I impose the Bridgehead industrial project in its entirety.
Cindy Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Cindy, and I'm an Antioch resident here in opposition to the proposed building of the industrial park in Oakley. Its proximity, a mere 4-minute drive from Antioch, means its impact will extend beyond Oakley borders, affecting the health and well-being of neighboring communities. Antioch, in terms of pollution, sits at a red zone, scoring a 72 out of 100 on Cal Enviro screen for toxic releases. This indicates that the city of Antioch is already burdened by high levels of pollution, and the building of an industrial park only threatens to worsen this, especially seeing how nitrogen dioxide levels near warehouses can potentially increase by 20%. This escalation is not just a marginal change. It is a significant health risk, exacerbating conditions like asthma, cardiovascular disease, and premature death. It is estimated that 15 million people living within just 1 kilometer of such facilities can be directly impacted by these health problems. The cumulative effects of these pollutants can have long-term consequences for both Antioch and Oakley residents. Beyond air quality, water quality is also at a big risk. Industrial parks are known for having hazardous runoffs, raising the potential for toxic chemical spills, and high-volume wastewater. This indicates that aquatic life can be severely damaged, not just in the Delta, but the San Joaquin River. All of these negative effects can happen even without accounting for the fact that this could be an AI data center. But if it were to be one, it would be consuming 71,287 gallons of water per day. This poses a significant risk for the San Joaquin River, which is the major water supply for 30 million Californian residents, including myself. This isn't just an environmental issue, but the risk of worsening the general well-being of thousands. So that's why, alongside many others, I greatly oppose the continuation of this construction project. Thank you.
Sergio Rodriguez. Orlando Alfredo.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Herlindo Alfaro. I am a field representative for the North Coast State Carpenters Union. I represent 3,800 members in the Contra Costa County. Tonight, I am representing and voicing for the 300 plus members that live in the city of Oakley and those that could not be here tonight due to far commutes from work. We're here to express strong support for this Bridgehead project. This would bring years of work for all construction workers that live in the area. With a responsible union general contractor, workers will be paid livable area standard wages, as well as medical and retirement benefits that allow workers and their families to live in the communities they work in. This project would also benefit our members that live in the city with their personal lives, avoiding hours of traffic, being present with their family activities, after school activities with their kids, or just finally having that time to pick up that hobby they've been interested in for the last couple of years. This project will bring pathways to the community and economic growth as workers spend their earnings, and tax dollars will help fund local city growth. I respectfully urge the City Council to approve this project. Thank you.
Clinton Para. Lisa Tramont. Chris Palmo.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Palomo. I'm the senior organizer with the North Coast States Carpenters Union out of 152, representing Contra Costa County. First, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. This project represents approximately 3.2 million square feet of development on 164 acres. That's a significant investment into this community. Projects of this scale don't just create buildings, they create careers, economic opportunity, and long-term stability for local families. Most importantly, I want to applaud the ownership and development team for their commitment to use a union general contractor and all signatory carpenter subcontractors to build this project. That means the people building Bridgehead will be highly trained men and women earning family-sustaining wages with great health care benefits and the ability to retire with dignity. There are these kinds of jobs that allow working people to buy homes, support local businesses, and invest back into the community that they live in. The construction alone on this project will generate thousands of work hours for hardworking men and women, many of whom live right here in Oakley. Those wages will circulate directly into the local economy by ways of restaurants, small businesses, grocery stores, and service providers that all benefit when local workers have steady, good-paying jobs. Beyond construction, the long-term use of these facilities is going to create ongoing employment opportunities and strengthen Oakley's tax base. Increased tax revenue helps the things that every community cares about, which are schools, parks, public safety, and infrastructure improvements. Approving this project sends a powerful message that Oakley supports responsible growth, good jobs, and economic opportunity for its residents. For the members I represent, this project means a chance to work close to home instead of commuting hours away. It means parents being able to provide for their families with dignity, and it means investing their wages back into the very community where this project will stand. Council members, this is an opportunity to bring millions of dollars in investment with strong labor standards and long-term economic benefits to the city of Oakley. On behalf of the men and women of the North Coast States Carpenters Union that stands ready to build this project, I respectfully urge you to approve the Bridgehead Industrial Project. Thank you.
Alfaro Martinez.
Alejandro Martinez. Good evening, council members.
As mentioned, my name is Alejandro Martinez. I've been a La Yuna member for the past 10 years. I'm here in support of the bridge project. I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. Right after high school, I wanted to go to college, have a career, have a family. Unfortunately, life didn't go as planned for me. I found myself making ends meet. I am a single father. I take care of a 9-year-old daughter. Her mother walked away from us when she was 3. Thanks to the laborers union, I was able to become a skilled laborer and be able to provide for my daughter. Thanks to that, I was able to become a full homeowner, allow my daughter to grow in the same city I did. Projects like this benefit us because we can work close to our community. Now, with this project, I can be able to see my daughter play soccer. The 2 girls earlier for the Pledge of Allegiance, she wants to be a professional soccer player. When she said that, I reflected in my daughter. Bridgehead has been a proven partner because they work with union contractors that are going to provide work for us. It's also going to provide opportunities for young men who want to come out here and have a career. That being said, I'm in full support and I urge your support. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Victor de la Torre.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Victor de la Torre, and I've been with the Laborers Union for over 20 years. I stand here today in front of you in full support of this project. The Bridgehead Industry Project will bring a lot of good paying jobs for those people that live in this area. I know that throughout my career, I became a father. I became a single father of 4. This project will bring good benefits to families like me that their struggle putting a roof over their head. This brings a lot of good benefits also to when you don't have good insurance, health insurance, you struggle. Unfortunately, one of my kids had cancer, and if it wasn't for having a good paying job and good benefits, I would have been out of on the streets. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for medical bills. But also, I want to point out that there's 40% of people that live in Oakley are union members, and they're going to benefit from these projects. I understand there's environmental concerns, but if you think about it, if they need to travel to the Bay Area, they're still going to contribute to green gases, and that alone, I mean, it's going to take a toll on the environment. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank the developer for bringing this project to the city of Oakley. And I urge you to please consider. I know it's a tough choice that you have to make, but I want to thank the city manager and the city attorney because they're telling the truth. This other data center is not going to be built until it's approved, fully approved. I want to thank you guys for your time.
Ruben Escuela.
Is it Ruben Galvan? G-A-L-V-A-N?
Sorry.
That's all right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ruben Galvan. I am a longtime resident of Contra Costa County since 1993. So I've been here for a long time. And I'm a union member. I'm a Carpenters Local 152 in Martinez. I've been a union member for the last 13 years. I'm standing here in strong support of the Bridgehead Industrial Project. It's going to create a lot of job opportunities for a lot of us. I live only 15 minutes away from the project, so it'd be nice to commute to work only 15 minutes. To have time to spend with my kids, take them to soccer practice after work. And, you know, since 1993, I think Highway 4 was like a 2-lane highway. I can't remember exactly, but it wasn't what it is now. And I'm sure there's been development and changes that happened throughout the years that, you know, communities were not ready for. But, you know, we can't just close ourselves to change or evolution. But I'm here in strong support of the project. I thank you for your time, and please, I strongly urge you to approve it. Thank you.
John Humphreys.
Yeah, good evening. I'm a 20-year member of the Carpenters Union, but I'm also a 40-year resident of this area. I would like to first point out the disrespect by that wall over there, the murmurs. It's hard to hear when people are up here and you have people yapping. But I'd also like to say, in support of this Bridgehead movement we got going here, the jobs that this will bring to the women and men of this community will change lives. I don't know if you guys seen gas prices lately or the commute that we have going to and from other areas, but Oakley's always been a small community that thrives on family, and bringing those people home to spend time with their family is what it's all about. So if you can commute from down the street to Bridgehead rather than going from, you know, O'Hara to San Francisco, that'll give you much more time with your family to enjoy those moments, to enjoy the little things. And it's all about family at the end of the day. That's all we have, and that's all we can take with us is the memories. And sitting on the road and paying these gas prices and such and so forth, that's just out. It's out of pocket. And I'd also like to point out that you're not voting on a data center tonight. Although the community over here, my neighbors, like to say that that's what you're actually voting on, you know, as your city attorney pointed out, there would have to be further meetings to approve that. So tonight you're voting on rezoning of the light industrial area, going from, I'll just do my quotations, of prime farmland. I've been here a long time. I wouldn't call it prime farmland. And as far as the beautiful vineyards, again, I wouldn't call it beautiful either. Oakley's a beautiful place. The people are great. The community's great. But in the long run, spending time with your family is what it's all about. And bringing those jobs here is going to help us tremendously. Thank you all for your time.
Joel Cascano.
Good evening. My name is Joel Toscano. I've been a carpenter for 13 years. I grew up in Union City, but I wasn't able to afford a home there. So I decided up and move my family to Contra Costa. So I've been here for the past 6 years. I've been commuting to Merced, to San Jose every day. So projects like these are great projects. Why? Because, like my brother was saying, it's going to bring that opportunity for us to spend time with our families. Take my son, for once, take him to soccer practice. This is what projects like this bring. At the same time, it brings good wages, it gives great benefits, opportunities for apprentices to continue with their apprenticeship. So please, I'm in full support of this project. Thank you.
Daniel Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Daniel Garcia. I've been a member of La Una for 7 years, and I'm here this evening in support of the Bridgehead Industrial Project. Like many, I grew up watching my parents work hard to provide a better future for my family, for me, and my siblings. So naturally, as I grew older and had a family of my own, that was my mindset, to work hard and provide for my family. And the harder I worked, the harder it became to get ahead. Thanks to La Una, that all changed. The Laborers Union opened a door where I can have fair wages, healthcare and benefits for my family, and training to pursue a career in construction. And that's exactly what this project's about, to bring good work to the community here for the young that are looking to start a career in the trades, for the apprentices looking for a career, for the veterans coming back from service, or just an individual that's looking for a second chance. And I know this personally because I was looking for a second chance, and thanks to the laborers union and properties and projects like this, I've been able to provide for a decent living for my family. As board members, you have the ability to bring good paying jobs for the hardworking families of this community. So that's why I'm here this evening, to respectfully urge you to move forward with this project without delay. Thank you.
Tranquillo Curry.
Mayor, council members, thank you for seeing us. My name is Tranquilino Curiel. I'm business rep for Local 324. We represent over 3,800 members. Over 250 live here in Oakley, and they need this kind of work around this area for the same reason everybody was saying: commutes, benefits, hours. They'll probably be a solid good 5 years working there, and that's what our people need. Union members, they need the work. And if it's close by, you don't have to go to San Jose, San Francisco. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Ruben Galvin. Anthony Gayfield. Rich Lavarda. Later.
My name is Richard Ladera, and I've lived around here for 80 years, so I got something on some of you guys. Hard work is hard work, whether you're union or non-union. I've seen this community go downhill. Aaron, you've lived here all your life. You know what I'm talking about. So if you vote for this, I'll be surprised. Thank you.
Nathan Tessera.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Nathan Teixeira. I'm not only a resident, but a local product of Oakley. I'm an alumni of Freedom High School, O'Hare Park Middle, and Laurel Elementary. And today I'm a father raising a family of my own here. For my whole life, people here have talked about needing to grow our city's local job base. We need jobs here in our own city limits. When folks spend 3 to 4 hours each day on the road, it harms families. It makes it hard to feel a part of Oakley, and it hurts our community. As a child, I remember my father leaving for work before the sun would come up, just to hope to make it home before bedtime. A generation later, it breaks my heart to be stuck in this same cycle with my own kids, hoping I get a sliver of time at the end of the workday to spend with them before I have to tuck them into bed. My sons didn't get to see their father at all today, so that I could be here to make sure you consider this. Oakley is built on working-class blue-collar providers who will do whatever it takes for their families, and because of the lack of jobs here, they pay a huge sacrifice. We owe them the opportunity to turn their commute from hours into minutes and get back those precious moments of life that they otherwise are missed out on. This project will bring thousands of permanent jobs to Oakley with your approval. Being able to live and work here in Oakley will be a life changer for countless families. As far as the project specifics, I feel like the developer is listening to the community. The buildings are attractive. It's well provided. It's designed. It's providing positive image for our town. Furthermore, Oakley needs the revenue of this project to put in their bank accounts. taking care of our parks, our police services, etc. It's all getting more expensive and harder to upkeep. I wholeheartedly believe that the staff is recommending this project for good reason and for the better of our beloved town. Please say yes. Thank you.
Rick Solis. Rick?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rick Solis. I am the Senior Field Representative for Carpenters Local 152, representing 3,800 members throughout Contra Costa County. We are here tonight to express our enthusiastic support for the proposed Bridgehead Industrial Project. By creating new light industrial development, this project is consistent with the Oakley Strategic Plan, community and economic development goals. The Bridgehead Industrial Project will provide an estimated economic output of $900 million from project construction and an estimated 2,700 annual jobs of construction employment, which is essential to our industry, where it is our reality as carpenters to work ourselves out of a job. The approval of the entitlements will not impact the city's general fund and is a developer-funded account, meaning all staff, time, and generated materials are paid for by the developer, not residents. The developer agreement also includes a provision in which the developer would provide $250,000 to future improvements and the widening of the railroad crossing, assisting in the mitigation of traffic concerns. Regarding the opposition's fears that a data center will be a component of this development, it must be said that there is not a guarantee, but even if there were, a conditional use permit would be needed to be granted prior to implementation. Being a planning commissioner myself, I understand the importance of carefully considering projects that will benefit the city as a whole, regardless of opposing opinions. I applaud the decision of the Oakley Planning Commission to recommend moving the project forward and urge the City Council to approve this project through adopting the necessary resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Robert Ferraris.
Hey, Robert Fierros. Nice to see council here, Mayor Henderson, Vice Mayor Meadows. I am for this project. I'm a carpenter retired, 48 years in the field here, and it's going to bring a lot of jobs, a lot of good pay for these people, good health benefits, a lot of revenue towards the city. As you know, that the only major revenue we have in the city is gas stations, so let's change that around and try and get some kind of commercial in this city to pay for some of these bills that we got to pay, and instead of building nothing but homes. Homes and homes, homes, that's all we got going. Infrastructure's not there. They're going to rebuild the whole infrastructure on the main road coming into the city. As far as the grapes go, I went to school with Fred Klein. I know what he's went through with his family, with orchards, his different products that they grew here, his farmers. And as Aaron Meadows knows, that the grapes in this area are not that big a deal anymore. And that's why we need to move forward to this project, encapsulate all that field so we don't get all this blowback from all these winds that we get and get nothing but dust flying through our air, and that's a major pollution right there too, if you ask me. Anyway, so I'm hoping that you guys will vote yes for this project because I think the city needs it. Thank you.
Ramon Amaral.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ramon Amaral. I'm a field representative for the North Coast States Carpenters Union, as well as I'm a 32-year Pittsburgh resident. It's one of the neighboring cities out here in Oakley. I frequently enjoy coming down to Main Street, enjoying the bistro. We have a responsible developer that wants to do the right thing. It's going to put a lot of our brothers and sisters to work, right? Bring money into the city of Oakley, right? I'm hearing these comments of what the city is going to get rich. I'm like, it's money for the city. It's money that's going to be able to be put into building the roads, putting into the parks, upgrading schools. My brothers and sisters of all trades, our career is to better everyone around us, building city halls, schools, libraries, hospitals, right? This project's not going to just resolve all our issues, but it will resolve some issues. We have over 300 Oakley carpenters that live here. We have Antioch, Brentwood, myself, Pittsburgh. There's other people that, would kill to work close to home. When I was on my tools, my average commute was 60 miles one way. I have an 8-year-old son, right? And I spend 18 hours a day driving and coming back. I get it. It's the career that I chose, but this career allowed me to buy a house at the age of 23. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I grew up in Contra Costa. This is something that is offered to the residents here. School is not intended for everyone. The trades is a very good source of being able to sustain yourself and have health care, benefits, live in the community that you grew up in. So it will cut back on the traffic. Adding more traffic, I commute on 4 every day. And having to go to San Jose, San Francisco, Palo Alto, if there's work close to home, guess what? That's people that don't have to get on 4 and continue to cause more traffic over there. Like I said, this is not going to solve everything, but, no one's looking at the positive, what's going to come out of it. It's all the negative. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
EJ?
Good evening, everybody. EJ Sire, Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I was asked to speak here tonight on behalf of over 300 Oakley residents from the sheet metal workers, electricians, plumbers, sprinkler fitters, and iron workers. Total, what you're looking at is about 750 Oakley residents who are going to have a pathway into the middle class, who are going to have jobs, who are going to be able to support their families. We actually have a long history of building partnerships with developers whose projects we believe promote sustainability and create greater equity in the communities our members live in. We believe this project embraces that for the Oakley residents. One of the critical issues in East County is the jobs and housing imbalance. We create a disproportionate share of the region's greenhouse gas emissions due to this imbalance, as was just noted on Highway 4 every day. So with the perspective of 3,000 plus jobs coming to the area, that's 3,000 less people that we all have to deal with on Highway 4. The proposed development is a very well-designed, multi-phase development that offers a wide range of spaces to draw small to large-scale businesses to Oakley, something that everybody in Oakley wants. Everybody's talking about more businesses coming in, more city coming into this, or more business and more money coming into this city. Here's a chance for that. But here's a chance for that with a developer that said, I give a damn about the local middle class. I care about the working men and women of Oakley, and I want to support them. I don't want to bring people in from Nevada and Arizona and Washington or Florida like we're seeing all over the Bay Area right now. The project will also provide workforce-related community benefits. A couple thousand area residents will be employed. So now we're looking at not only Oakley impact, now you have the chance to impact Brentwood, Antioch, Pittsburgh, as was also just noted. I really want to point out, it was interesting earlier, we were watching the TV screens go around and the Oakley vision statement came up. And within that vision statement, it says, working together to build the future. Any city that does not build, does not grow, does not learn to thrive and bring in more becomes stagnant. What happens to water when it becomes stagnant? You don't drink it, you dump it. So instead of Oakley being stagnant, here's an opportunity to make sure that that river goes flowing again and we can get the money back into the city. Thanks.
River?
Hello, City Council. I'm back once again, and it seems like one of many more. This is the reality if you were to pass this resolution. A dark time is upon us, in which we wake up in the middle of the night to the jarring noises of cooling centers by however many decibels, and we see our current and future children that have to wash their hands and drink what is now contaminated Delta water. A dark time is upon us in which we see headlines of the supposed 3,000 construction jobs, a lot of many that are out of town, and the rest betrayed Oakley residents that will one day see an email from a tech corporation telling them they are laid off and no longer needed. Oakley residents that will see these costs. We're not paying for the development. We're paying for the energy use. Oakley residents will see over $300 added to their already unaffordable cost of living. And a dark time is yet again upon us, where Oakley residents see the city of Oakley's legacy, the city council's legacy, where angered community members look down at a tarnished legacy of elected representatives that were supposed to hear their constituents, to walk home in a park of dead trees, of dead grass, no birds singing, of what once was a lively ecosystem. So I really do just ask of y'all to say no on this resolution, and not for your constituents to invest in blackout curtains. Thank you.
Gina Varmity. Gina. Yes.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Gina, and me and my family have lived in Oakley for 16 years in the Vintage Parkway neighborhood on the Big Break side. On September 4th, 2016, my son Caleb Shepard Vansel was hit while riding his bike on Big Break Road and passed away on September 5th, 2016 from his injuries. He was 14. There was no bike lane, no safe place on Big Break Road for him to ride and make it home from his fishing trip that day. This isn't the first time I have spent speaking at a city council meeting. And although there are different faces on the city council, the issue hasn't changed: the safety of Big Break Road. In 2016, after Caleb was killed, I stood before the city council and pleaded with them to make Big Break safer. There needed to be another sidewalk, a bike lane, a better lighting that would help make the road so much better. And yet, that hasn't happened. And now it's being proposed that an industrial complex and data center be built on Big Break Road, which would only increase the traffic on that road and in turn compromise the safety of the road even more. I take that road on a daily basis and regularly see cars speeding, people having to walk and ride their bikes in the street, and always worried someone else will lose their life. There are many concerns about the data center being brought up tonight, and I agree with all of them. Above it all, I would hate for another person to lose their life and for their families to have to endure the daily pain of losing someone like me and my family have had to. Caleb is missed every day, and many in our community and around this remember his accident, and 10 years later, no changes have been made. The city's website vision has said that this is a small town feel and we want to keep it safe, but yet that's not happening. Our backyard will be filled with an industrial complex and a data center where we can't play and we can no longer be safe. Please reconsider the data center. Show to the community that you care about the safety of the people that live here, that travel the road, who enjoy Big Break Park, Big Break Regional Trail, Marsh Creek Trail, and the marina. And I saw the renderings with all the pretty trees and the additional area, but that doesn't mean that the people who are building it care about the safety of their residents. That's your job. I ask that you think it again before you say yes to this. Think about the additional traffic and how that decreases the safety of an already very unsafe road. Thank you for your time.
Greg Garcia.
Hi, thanks a lot. A lot of stakeholders tonight. The union lobby is here. A lot of them probably live in our area, but those are not going to be long-term jobs. Unions are great, don't get me wrong, guys, but those aren't long-term jobs. The data center, that's what's going to be there. Let's be honest, that's what's going to be there. The development agreement between the city and the limited liability company, Oxford, when that's signed, no future council can make any changes to it. Data centers, they're saying data centers aren't going to be there. Then let's write that into it, because the city, the voters don't want that. We don't want a conditional agreement that maybe they'll come, maybe they won't. There's no reason why in that same contract we can say no data centers. We don't have pot dispensaries in our town. We don't have strip bars in our town because we don't want them here in our town. The people of this town also don't want data centers for myriad reasons. The project itself, I don't fully agree with it. I think there could be changes to it, but yeah, we need to develop the land. But we don't need to have data centers as part of that development, and we can write that into the contract. If that's a deal breaker for the Klein family, that's telling, very telling. But from what I've heard, they don't know if there's going to be data centers. So it shouldn't be a deal breaker. That's all I have to say.
Alan Kim.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'll preface the points that I want to make by noting that I'm a 35-year resident of Vintage Parkway, so I do have a dog in the fight. I've got 4 bullet points, and all the information that I got to create these bullet points were available either in the agenda packet today or on the city's website. Let me know, and I'll link them for you if you want. But it's relevant, I believe. The PUD in today's agenda packet's noted as revised February 9th, 2026. The only revision that was made to the draft March 2025 document was a single line item on page 7 that changed the inclusion of a data center from permitted use to conditionally permitted use. That's been brought up. The procedures required for a conditional use permit include multiple additional submittals from the applicant, meetings with city staff, and at least 1 public hearing. Upon completion of that preliminary process, the City Council will consider the recommendation of the Planning Division and will, at a public hearing, either approve the conditional use permit as submitted, approve with modifications and non-standard conditions, or deny the project. It is clear that the people of Oakley do not want a data center. So rather than wasting all of the time and money associated with considering conditional use permitting, I urge the council to listen to their constituents, reject the revised PUD as written, and seek an additional revision that removes any mention of a data center in its entirety as a potential future use. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sarah Haddix.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Haddix.
I'm a resident of Bethel Island, former resident of Antioch and Pittsburgh, possible future resident of Oakley. We shall see. I have major concerns for our environment and local resources, as well as the negative impact to our health with the proposal of the AI data center's addition to the Bridgehead industrial project. This community, the city of Oakley and surrounding areas of the East Bay in large, do not want this. AI data centers consume massive amounts of electricity, sometimes equivalent to small cities, as someone else previously said, the size of Walnut Creek, threatening to overwhelm power grids, drive up utility bills, and increase carbon emissions, which cause global warming and climate change. Data centers rely on diesel backup generators to ensure continuous operation during these power outages. These generators release toxic air contaminants, which are linked to cancer, heart disease, and respiratory illnesses like asthma. A 2025 model estimated that U.S. data centers could contribute to 1,300 premature deaths and 600,000 asthma cases annually by 2030, with significant health costs exceeding $20 billion. Reports have linked certain data center sites to elevated concerns about rare cancers in surrounding communities. These centers also place immense strain on local water sources for cooling, which is terrible for our delta and drought-prone area. The World Health Organization has announced that we will start running out of clean water in the next few years. We are officially entering water bankruptcy. This is a direct result of AI. AI data centers generate significant 24/7 noise and light pollution, despite the shields that will degrade the surrounding community, especially the Alicante and Big Break Vintage Parkway neighborhoods. Noise levels often exceed 90 decibels, which is harmful to hearing. Despite their large footprint, data centers require few permanent on-site staff to operate, offering little in the way of local job creation. Construction jobs will only last a couple of years. I spoke briefly with former Mayor Ms. Shaw in February, and she said that she was against AI coming to Oakley. Current Mayor Mr. Henderson, you haven't mentioned it in your goals for the coming year either, per my research. It is my understanding that Planning Commissioners Leonard Price, Sean Ireland, and Pierre Goody, I hope I pronounced that correctly, have voted in favor of this. But it's still unclear if this conditional use permit is what all it will take for it to proceed. Aside from tax revenue to the city and the potential for a few jobs long term, what benefits do you see will bring to this area? Thank you.
George Gonzalez. Diego Ramirez. Brennan Rodriguez. Deborah Sidrine.
Thank you, Oakley City Council and members. I've been a resident in Oakley for 30 years. My husband, born and raised. We can't stop development. And my respect to the union members, my father was a bridgeman. He retired as a bridgeman with local ironworkers. But these jobs are temporary. I don't know how many of the members actually live in our city. If there could be some changes, maybe to what's being built, 3 stories, 3.1 million square feet, butt up across the street from a residential area. I don't know how many of you live in Vintage Parkway or want to see that out your backyard. We know change is coming and we can't stop it. We do need jobs. I've commuted for many years, so I understand the pain. Some of us don't have an option. But we need to see if there's something that we can do to make it work with the city of Oakley. We know we don't want a data center. Put a moratorium. Just say no. That's it. Make your residents happy and just say no on that respect. I don't know about the big box. I haven't heard anything about any of that. But with the amount of urban decay that's in our cities now, it makes me a little worried to build these big buildings, not knowing who's coming. Is anybody coming? There has been no indication, even at the last meeting, from anyone on who's even going to be filling these huge 3-story, 3.1 million square feet buildings. We don't need truck storage. Those don't bring jobs. We don't need businesses that don't bring jobs, because I hear everybody talking about jobs. I want our union workers to work. I want my husband to work. I want to be able to live in Oakley. I'm almost getting ready to pay off my house. You know, I want to retire here, but we need to make it work for the city and for our residents. So maybe there can be some things that you can do and some changes. Build what they need to build, but maybe make some changes and make it smaller and just say, put the moratorium in there for the data centers and you won't hear from us anymore. You know what I mean? Just, we have this beautiful riverfront property that could be just really impacted, and that's why we all live here. So just maybe think about it. Maybe there's something you can do on that respect. And again, no disrespect to the union members here, but those jobs aren't permanent, and you don't live here permanently. We do. So we want to have a say in our city. Thank you.
Yeah, Pamela Silver. Pamela Selzer. Daniel Collins. Dennis Hunt.
How you guys doing? I hope I get the same respect I give you when I speak. You guys aren't on your phones looking at paperwork, doing other things. I hope you take what we say seriously. I think I'm okay, but I appreciate it. You know, I have a bunch of bullet points, and I'm not sure either to attack you and go across your own paperwork, or just kind of say, you know, you guys took this job for the people, right? And I can't imagine a city council person voting for something that's going to hurt the community. And if you guys are up there just for the money, then you all need to be replaced. Anybody who votes yes, sorry, I'm nervous, but anybody who votes yes for something that's going to hurt the community, you guys aren't even talking about, you know, the vibration noises. You're not talking about, you know, they've already put up sound walls for noise. It doesn't work. You know, and another word you guys use all the time is mitigation. You know, anytime something doesn't go your way, you use the word mitigate. Mitigate is another word to finagle something. It's not factual, it's just a finesse. So I hope you realize that. I hope the people in this audience realize that. It's actually really irritating. I am a union worker. I live here. You know, the jobs are going to come. We're not saying don't build something on that property. I think the community is saying build something that's safe, something that's not going to hurt the community, something that doesn't have a negative health benefit. I think that's all we're saying. You know, no disrespect to any of the carpenters. I'm garbage. I understand it. We're not saying don't build something. We're just saying build something that's safe for the people that live here, right? People that work here, their union, they're going to build something. They're going to build it 5 years, 10 years, whenever the project's done, that's it. Then they're going to find a job, go somewhere else, right? But we, the people, we live here, we pay taxes. We'll be here in 15 years. We'll be here 20 years. I think that should be something you guys should really think about while you're sitting there. You know, we're not just pawns in a game. This is our life, right? You're going to really piss off a lot of people if you do the wrong thing. You guys really need to think about it. Thank you.
Shannon Kindle.
I've been in front of you guys before for all kinds of issues. I've been here for over 45 years. I have fought for Cypress. I was told when I moved out here, God knows how many years, when I bought out in Summer Lake, it was never going to be built. No houses were going to be built there, blah, 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 blah. I don't know why you have that emblem up there, which was all farmland when I came out here. And the other thing about jobs, I'm totally against the data center. I sued a developer. I won. We're in a lawsuit with the city now, but I won't go into that because it's confidentiality. I serve on a board of 5. 3, the thing I'm asking you to vote against. I'm not really against the development, but there's wording that Fuller, you brought up that's concerning to me, and I'm an ex-paralegal. I would end up, and I'm going to put it out there, and I said it before, I would probably consider a class action suit against the city of Oakley and have the whole city of Oakley on my back. McMurray knows, you guys know, that I threatened to sue over the development of Cypress, that I said if there wasn't a road built or me to get out of there, I've been landlocked 5 times. At the end of the day of all these jobs and all of this, we have Highway 4. We have to figure the infrastructure out here before we feel about building anything. We can't go anywhere. You guys want to think that you guys can move? Join the crowd. Half of everybody out here that work in the city, they work here, they go to San Jose. My son works for PG&E. They send him everywhere. That's life. Just accept it. But anyway, I'm telling you now, I'm putting you on notice. If that data center comes in, there's wording that you said that's shady. There's an attorney that will take this case. Thank you.
Jamie Spahn.
Good evening, Council. As you said, my name is Jamie Spahn. I'm at least a 40 years resident of Oakley, and I live in Hugh Henderson's District 2. With my fellow citizens, I have serious concerns about the rezoning of these parcels and the potential future build-out, particularly the possibility of a data center at this location. As council members, you are elected to serve as the voice of the community. While coordinating zoning laws and monitoring the direction of our city, that's incorporated in your job. We, the citizens, hold you accountable through our votes and expect thoughtful consideration when you are aware of proposed or projected projects. We also expect you to set clear expectations with landlords, builders, and developers so that any development aligns with the city's general plan and serves the best interests of the community and its taxpayers. Rezoning decisions shape the long-term character, infrastructure demands, and quality of life of residents. Data centers may benefit large corporations, but they bring limited local jobs while placing lasting demands on our land, power, and infrastructure. The council must ask whether that truly serves the lives of the community. And I'm here to say that a data center does not. As with others have spoken, I'm not opposed to development of this property as long as it's decent looking, but most of all, I think that you should make the effort to carve out specifically the data center, not through a conditional use permit, but to make sure that that is eliminated from the agreement so for it to move forward for the benefit of the community. Thank you for your time.
Jasper Willowbrook.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am a lifelong resident of Oakley. I would just like to say that most of the residents that I've spoken to in Oakley are against this project and actually also hate the Amazon. So let's just get that one out there. And this project is not comparable to the Walmart that is that was projected to be the size of one of the buildings out of the 3.1 million square feet. If you approve this rezoning project, you will be knowingly and willingly approving road runoff pollution directed to the Delta waters, more constant light and noise pollution in an area where wild bats and other nocturnal species live, the removal of already mature trees on the property, a nuisance in our neighborhood, and more traffic on Bridgehead and Wilbur roads, an intersection that can barely handle the traffic it has now and cannot be expanded, and is not going to be expanded by this project either. This is not justifiable, not when the Delta and its species still need rehabilitation, as previously stated. It's not a waterway that is thriving as it once did. It is a struggling ecosystem still and consistently under threat of tunnels and development. This is the first year in a number of years that salmon is finally spawning here, and this project, regardless of what it is, will have a further detrimental impact on the species that live there and the people. Living near the Delta endows us as a community, but especially y'all as city council members, with the responsibility of making good decisions for this ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that needs steady stewardship, not corporate and city negligence. If y'all are too busy with your day jobs to actually read all of the information, because this has been told to me by a city council member, then we would be glad to replace you. In fact, there's already been talk about replacing 3 of you members on the council today. The union members that live in Oakley are not enough in number to save your seats on this council, and they will not save your seats. Your job is to vote for the interests of your people, the majority of them, not the minority. How can you justify approving something that will have a long-lasting, permanent negative effect on all of us just for temporary jobs that may last a couple of years at most, several years? Tell me, you said your daughter, I don't know where the guy went, she wanted to be a soccer player. How's she going to be a soccer player if she gets asthma from this fucking project? I'm sorry. Is your daughter's health worth a couple of years of work for you? Because it's not worth it to me. Vote no on this rezone, on this entire freaking project. Make them go back to the drawing board at least and do it right.
Bud Shattuck.
Yeah, once again, it's funny, driving up I-5, I was saying about the Kleins, talking about, Ozempic this, someone else brought it up, I know. And people aren't drinking wine. I saw a lot of wine being had in the LA area at this big thing I was at. So there was no lack of people wanting wine there. And driving up I-5, you know what they did? They did something different with the grapevines and whatnot. They grew agave. Doesn't take as much water. Doesn't take the work. And it could be transferred to something like that, maybe. Huh? I mean, drive down I-5 past Patterson. You'll see it. The whole thing's turned into that now, which takes less water. So that's one thing that I had seen that kind of made me think about what the Klein family had said. The other thing is the water. Someone brought up the fact that, things will get stagnant if we don't move on, kind of whatnot, like a river and whatnot. Well, our river is stagnant right now. Very good point. It is stagnant. And our HABs, algae, deaths of fish and whatnot that I have brought up at meetings just doesn't seem to get any real attention. It's like, It happens. So, you know, if we get data centers that drop 105, 70, 75 to 100 degree water back into our system that's already struggling, it has no flow. Just think how much rain we've had lately. Not a lot. Okay, really, in the scheme of things. And also going down south, everybody was saying, hey, we don't have any water. So I'm kind of going, well, this is the reason why. So it's just interesting that they want to put this in a time that I feel that there's better things to do with that property also that could be changed. And I saw one on I-5. I was also thinking that as far as the jobs, yeah, that's important. I get that, but it needs to be, you know, more localized things, and also as far as having more people that can be here and make sure no one from, like they were saying, Nevada and everywhere else. I've seen that here. I understand that. But the thing is, we need to keep our ecosystem clean. I've seen a lot of change here that is not good. Being down south, I remember the strawberry fields, dairies, stuff. We were talking about that. Now it's 20-story apartment buildings everywhere. Maybe that's next to our future, I don't know. And no parking except for underground. So if that's where we're heading, I hope not.
It's going to be Taylor, and I can't make out the last name.
Hello. Sorry, I'm a nervous type of person here, but I'm not for it at all. I grew up here my whole life, and I've watched animals, everything out here. I remember growing up in Illinois, there used to be burning owls, and that inspired me. When they disappeared, it inspired me to be an environmental activist because they're not out here anymore. The data center is right next to a very sensitive ecosystem of sensitive animals that are impacted daily, would be, sorry, I'm just a nervous person, would be devastated by this data center. From pollution, the delta smell would be devastated. They're very sensitive species out there. The light pollution would impact all the animals and everything in that area. And our homes and the people, asthma and all that would really cause a lot of problems. And I don't support any of this. Sorry, I'm just nervous. I'm tired. I'm really not for this. And it's just greed. It's all greed. This is nothing, benefits none of us here that have lived here forever. You know, that's a lot of other people have said stuff, and no one here really wants it. So, and they've said, a lot of people have said really amazing things here, and I'm just not for it. That's all I got to say. So.
Jason Lester.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Jason Lester, and I'm proud to say that I'm once again a resident of Oakley. I grew up here. I went to Garinger, Oakley School, O'Hara Park, and then Liberty because Freedom didn't even exist. Now I'm aging myself, right? I'm also the business agent of Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 159, and I've been a member there for almost 27 years now. Now here in Oakley, and like many other people that live here in East County, I spend most of my career commuting across the Bay Area just to make a living. In nearly 3 decades in the trades, I've only had the opportunity to work on one project in Oakley. The rest of the time, I've been driving all over the region, spending countless hours behind the windshield, trying to earn the money to raise my family. That's the reality of a lot of working people in this community. When people are spending 3 or 4 hours a day on the road, it takes away time from their kids, their families, and their ability to be part of their community. I entered the trades through Local 159 apprenticeship program and graduated in 2004 with journeyman status. Joining the plumbers and steam fitters is one of the best decisions I ever made as a young man who grew up right here in Oakley. It gave me the opportunity to build a stable career and provide. Those apprenticeship programs also create opportunities for the next generation of workers, including many military veterans. For many veterans, our training programs provide the pathway into a strong middle class and the dignity of building a future after their service for our country. Some examples of those are Helmets to Hard Hats programs and the VIP program, which stands for Veterans in Piping. Projects like this mean real opportunity. They create good jobs, they create apprenticeship opportunities, and they give people a chance to live and work right here in their own community instead of spending hours commuting every day. It also gives a sense of pride to drive by something almost on a daily basis and you can show your children, look, I helped build that. I also believe that this developer has made a genuine effort to listen to the community. There was a member of this community here earlier that said it's a small job for commercial. It's only going to be temporary jobs. Well, those temporary jobs, I've strung along about 30 of those temporary jobs to make the 27-year career that I've got. For someone like me who grew up here, raised a family here, and has spent decades commuting just to make a living, this project represents the kind of opportunity Oakley has needed for a long time. The chance for more people to live here, work here, and build their future here. City staff is recommending approval for good reasons, and I respectfully ask for you to support this project as well. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak tonight.
Priscilla Wiley. Brad Nix.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. First of all, I want to thank city staff. They did a wonderful job. It was a very complete report. I doubt if very many people here read every page of that. It's extensive. I know you guys did. That's part of your homework. But they don't usually get acknowledged, and I want to do that. I want to appreciate how good a job they did. It was very thorough. Number one issue Oakley has always had has been jobs, economic growth. Number one, the county designated us in the very beginning to be a bedroom community, and that's all we ever got were houses. In a rare, successful attempt to beat that, back in the mid-90s, one of you may remember, there was actually an attempt to create a light industrial district in Oakley, in traditional Oakley, before we grew all the way out to the end of the Cypress Corridor. That would have been hundreds of jobs. It was killed back right about the time the city council came in. Why? Because a special district decided to do something which made it untenable to have job sites there. As a council member back then, I deeply, deeply was upset by that whole process. My council, and for 2 councils I served on, worked very hard for economic development. We wanted that more than anything. The River Oaks project, that was part of what we did. The DuPont project, we worked on that. The fact is, we don't have anywhere near the development we need to have. We have, and I wish more people would talk about this, an incredibly massive imbalance between homes and jobs, and that's why people have to commute. When I would walk around, one of the main complaints I always had were the hours people had to drive, and they were away from their home. I heard it. This is an opportunity to address that. I urge you to do it. The project before you is not a data center, and make that clear, please, to these people. It is a light industrial project for a series of jobs. That's what I urge you to vote for. With regard to the data center, a couple of comments. If you were to deny this project and the existing River Oaks were to go ahead, you would have far more pollution from light, from thousands of cars, and very low-paying jobs, and noise. This project actually reduces those. It's wonderful. With regard to the data center itself, my suggestion is very simple. I don't know if this developer wants this to be part of this and it's a no-go without it or not. That's a discussion you can have with him at some point. But the reality is for your vote tonight, it's very simple. Require the conditional use permit, insist as a condition to staff that it must come back to you, not the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elisa Thomas.
Hi, my name's Alyssa. I'm a 16-year resident of Oakley, and I've lived here in Contra Costa County my entire life. I'm here to speak about my concerns regarding the more than significant and unavoidable impacts listed within the EIR and the Bridgehead Industrial Project, and why I believe you should reject the project entitlement completely. My first issue is the nutrient pollution stemming from light industrial complexes and Oakley's documented history of dangerous, harmful algae blooms in our delta. The community should be informed that too much nitrogen and phosphorus in the water causes algae and algae-like bacteria to grow faster than ecosystems like our delta can handle, and this has been an issue in our local stretch. Significant increases in algae can harm water quality, food resources, and habitats, and decrease the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life need to survive, an issue that we have already seen. Nitrogen dioxide levels in the air are proven to be 20% higher near warehouses, mainly because of the trucks that frequent and idle at these facilities. And the increased pollution could significantly harm the health of approximately 15 million people who live within less than 1 mile of light industrial warehouses. So our community has a population of only under 48,000 people. So the risk obviously outweigh the benefits, and your commute and comfort is likely not worth the health of our community, right? We certainly cannot house an AI data center, but it's also important just to keep in mind and for everyone to understand that Oakley does not need another lot full of warehouses. In Pittsburgh, a 76-acre lot was purchased by AVAO Digital. The California Energy Commission has completed their final approval for what they call a Project Perseus, a data center development at Pittsburgh Technology Park. That data center will be delivering 99 megawatts of capacity by 2027. And the vice president of the southern sector of PG&E has confirmed that in Contra Costa County, there are multiple developments that will be housing AI data centers. So Pittsburgh being one of them, I wonder where else the other one would be. We have a 164-acre lot. That lot is only 76 acres. They're going to provide 99 megawatts. We can house one that provides 500 to 1,000 megawatts, which will destroy our delta environment. So I definitely would like you to consider that. And if you do go through with the project, I would like you to consider maybe a stipulation about the net zero policy as far as the law that's going to be in place in 2045 in California. I'm not sure if that was mentioned by Ken Strelo and if it is updated, but if it's not, then the building should be on a net zero standard. So, thank you.
Jace Wilson. Joe Batley? Francisco Nunes.
Good evening. I want to thank everybody that's here today, the carpenters, the laborers, all the residents, and you all. I've been a member of the laborers for 25 years, and I want to I'm figuring a way to get creative on how to repackage, the benefits of this project. And the reality is that, these aren't temporary jobs. I walked in here today and I saw Dennis in the front row. He may not remember me, but 25 years ago, I worked on my first job site in Carquinez Bridge. And, that was an apprenticeship, and that started with a job that somebody might have felt was insignificant. 22 years ago, we started Highway 4 bypass, Contra Costa pump station, right and left, lower overcrossing, lower overhead, all the way down to Lone Tree. You know, we would go after work and have dinner at Mimi's Cafe when it was still there. You know, we are people from the community. We are here, we've been here, and these aren't temporary jobs. They're a tapestry of multi-jobs, but nonetheless, we're from here and we live here, and we do matter, and they are significant. We can't change the goalpost. We're creating development. When we did that Highway 4 bypass, we created those sound walls before those houses were built up on the hill. On the right side, on the left side, on the bottom of it. None of that existed. But nonetheless, we built it, and then these houses came. And now our jobs don't matter. And I urge you tonight to please support the project. These are, you know, we also had speakers say, oh, thanks to the union and these good benefits and jobs. Absolutely, we advocate for those jobs, but it doesn't happen without the partnership of a developer that's willing to partner up with a union to pay union jobs. You have a lot of construction that happens that goes non-union, and they don't care about us. These guys do. And I urge you, please, to approve the project. Let's get it built. We're not temporary. We live here. 45 years ago, we would take that, find a levee road that wasn't locked on our bike to go fish on the Delta. We're from here. Those are things we did before these houses were built. So I urge you, and I thank you. I know it's a tough decision, but you know, I hope you make the right one. Have a good night. Thank you.
Joe Cavalli.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Joe Kavalik, 35-year resident of Oakley, speaking only in my personal capacity as a resident of Oakley tonight. A vote to approve this project is a vote to approve the environmental impact report associated with the project. And unfortunately, that environmental impact report is completely inadequate and incomplete. That report mentions a data center 5 times and then goes on to not analyze the impact of a data center at all in any capacity in the report. How is that an adequate environmental impact report? And I don't know how that slipped through the net and got to you to approve, but it's certainly not a report that I would ever approve when it is that incomplete and inadequate. So I would encourage you to go back to the start, either remove data centers entirely from the process here and start the process over, or, you know, this idea of a conditional use permit to me is just ridiculous. We all know what happened. I was here for the meeting for the Laurel Plaza, which became a conditional use permit, and then 3 members of the council voted for it and said they were afraid they were going to get sued if they didn't. So having a conditional use permit process is just a sneaky way to slip in a data center into this project down the road. And I think you should stand against that. If there's a way to kill this data center now, that's a much better way to go. I'd also like to say that I feel like a resident of Oakley that we're always chasing the least common denominator here. You know, it's fast food, it's car washes, it's self-storage. Now it's warehouses. Who says, kids, let's go to a warehouse today? That's a great trip for us. Nobody. Why are we talking about warehouses now? That's a beautiful piece of property. I think we could develop it into something that benefits all of the city residents and would be providing jobs for the union labor that's here with us today. I think this idea that there's 3,000 jobs is ridiculously optimistic. $250K for a bridge over the railroad tracks, that's going to cost millions of dollars. That's a ridiculous contribution to that project. So I just think we have an incomplete and inadequate environmental impact report. I would encourage you to either say no or at least kick this down the road until that environmental impact report is done properly. Thank you.
Eric Squires.
Eric Squires. Ava Squires. Kelsey Squires. Erica Squires. Wyatt Squires. Marlone Hurtado. Juan Garcia. Adam Sturris. Sturritt.
Adam Sterrett. Is that a timer going on? Good afternoon, council members. Just wrote my speech in the back while standing on the wall. You know, Oakley doesn't even sell wine, but I also didn't use ChatGPT to write my speech. I've been listening to the proceedings tonight, so I'm not going to talk about data centers. The only parking available tonight in the parking lot was for electric vehicles. There were a few empty spots, which means almost everyone here came in a gas-powered vehicle. So just want to say that wasn't the environmentally superior choice. It's true, a lot of people here are concerned about jobs and being employed, but that's because we're concerned about being homeowners in the neighborhoods in which we work. I've been an Oakley resident for 15 years. I'm a homeowner, District 3, what's going on? I barely graduated high school. College wasn't on the table for me. Thankfully, I found a good paying union job that offered a 5-year apprenticeship program that allowed me to become a homeowner and support my family. I'm a father of 2, and we currently have 2 on the way. So thankfully, I do have a good paying union job with benefits. So being a father of 4 towards the end of this year, I'm sure one of them will want to try soccer. When you think about this project, think about the sophomores and juniors at Freedom High that make good enough grades to play football, but that aren't going to be going to college. We have iron workers, sheet metal workers, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, laborers, steam fitters. In addition to the construction, think about the maintenance contracts that are going to be going on here. Thousands of good paying jobs, thousands of maintenance jobs. You know, the tough fact or the tough truth that we want to look at, maybe going to ruffle a few feathers, but Walmarts don't create employment opportunities that allow anyone in the Oakley housing market to own a home. It doesn't allow anyone in the Bay Area to purchase a home working at Walmart. Building a Walmart or building any kind of big block store is going to create the same exact environmental impact, except you're going to have longer lasting pollution effects due to the volume of traffic from everyday consumers. So, you know, it seems like a clear choice to just move forward with the industrial project. Thank you.
Holly Bishop.
Global data centers can produce 460 to 500 terawatts hour per year. That's roughly 2 to 3% of all the electricity used in the world. 100 megawatt data centers can use as much electricity as 80,000 to 100 homes. Data centers can reach 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day. I don't even live in Oakley. I live in Brentwood. But what other cities do have an effect on my water. Antioch added fluoride in their water in '97. Brentwood had a no detect, and now we are a detect for fluoride. Data centers release PFAS, concentrated nitrates, TTHMs, HAAS, and these go directly to the water, which I drink, and that would leading my family and I at a higher risk for cancer. I want to talk about the bees because I'm a beekeeper. Sorry, we move bees at night, so please excuse the attire. the beekeepers told me to watch out for the 5G. And I got 5G on my phone. I didn't think anything of it. When they put the fiber optic lines in to support the 5G right by the hives, I lost every single one of my hives in 2 weeks. And I already lost my job to AI of 23 years, so I moved to beekeeping. So if you look at the data centers as a whole, right, and outside the foliage, you'll see that all of that area around that foliage in the data centers, even the 5G towers, if you get on from Balfour to going to Highway 4 West, when you look at those trees, they're all dead right by those towers. Sorry. So I'm for jobs. Trust me. I'm a blue-collar worker, just a little bit different, but we need to really look at what we're doing. Data centers increase salt in the Delta, and we already have an issue with the Delta and with the increase of salt. We never had sills in Discovery Bay, but we do now. Data centers have an increased cancer rate, so I'm asking you to say no to the whole project. Rewrite it, start over. The truth is, we need jobs. Jobs are amazing, but you can't work if you're sick. Thank you.
Matthew Beeson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Matthew Beeston. I'm a representative of the North Coast States Carpenters Union and Local 152, Contra Costa County. Carpenters Union, we represent 11 different apprenticeable crafts. A couple of them that I'd like to highlight would be scaffolders and millwrights. Some of those specialist residents are here in the audience today. They would absolutely contribute to the continuous employment of this development. So I just wanted to point that out. I'll be brief with the rest of my comments. I'd like to highlight the documents that are available to the public and summarize the public planning process that predicated this meeting tonight. Planning Commission resolution is clear and demonstrates a thorough understanding by your staff and Planning Commission of the plans and values previously enacted and prioritized by the City of Oakley. This amendment would align with existing goals in the general plan in many ways, including promoting the placement of the most intensive non-residential development, encouraging the development and intensification of employment centers, ensuring there is adequate land available to accommodate industrial development. The proposed PUD is fully in conformity with the applicable performance standards therein and will constitute an efficient and well-organized development. Your light industrial designation is intended to provide a wide variety of uses that accommodate a broad array of employment opportunities. Community need, not necessarily future financial success, has been demonstrated for the use proposed. I urge you to push forward with the development. Thank you very much for your time.
Randy Sullivan.
Good evening. I'm going to kind of wing it. I was born and raised in Antioch. Watched my dad go to fiberboard or Crown Zillerback for years. Had warehouses out there. Now they're gone. They only last for so long, and then it's going to be just an eyesore. I'm a union plumber, been for 28 years. I know the work. The work is really good, but I travel. I've been close to Oakley. I did the water building. I did some work out at the Brentwood schools, but for the most part, you just get used to traveling. It's to have that kind of stuff this close to home. I don't want it. It's just not. It's not for the town. That's my thought.
Carmen Aguila. Carmen.
Hello, good evening to everyone. I'm here as a wife, a mother, and also a community member. I'm a local. I live here in Oakley. I am a special needs mother. We spend a lot of time at the Delta. My son loves riding his bike to the Delta to go fishing with his friends. So I'm not just here as a wife and mother and all these things. I'm here to share that I can relate with all of you. I wish my husband was home to help me tuck in these kids. I wish that he can just drive to work 15 minutes. However, he does commute as well. We do that sacrifice. I want my kids to play soccer too, but if we're building this, they're not going to be able to. It's going to impact the Delta, the wildlife, the residents, my kids' friends. I'm here as their voice, all the kids in the neighborhood who spend time bike riding. The Delta is, the Big Break is the highlight of Oakley for a lot of families. So I wish, that you guys take in consideration and really, really think this through before you approve this project. I would say no to this project for the families. Oakley is a family-based community, and we want to keep it that way. And therefore, there's a lot of sacrifices that need to be made. And commuting is one of them, and AI centers is a big no for everyone. I'm also here representing the elder community who's actually not able to be here in person. There is a lot of people who are sensitive and have medical needs, and this big project that's going to take a long time and all these buildings are not going to help any of us. So please vote no on the project. Thank you.
Yelena Roscoe?
Hello, City Council. I stand before you as someone that has lived in Oakley for the better half of my life. I'm not, the oldest of my family, to be here, but this project is not going to help us at all. I know that the fathers here are concerned about spending time with their families and their kids, but they can't do that if the kids are sick from pollution, from the water that will be ruined by these AI data centers. Even if it's not an AI data center. It's painful almost that as someone that's lived here for so long, I am now in a position where this is I've been rendered speechless essentially by such a betrayal. I know that this seems like a great opportunity for people to have jobs. I would love to be employed. I would love to have a short commute. And even if it was not even a job, if it was my school, if I could commute cut that commute in half, I would love that. But not at the expense of our health, at the expense of our community. You guys talk about job opportunities, but how long do they last? Are they going to outlive us? You can approve this movement and line your pockets, but that money lining your pockets is not going to keep you alive the same way water will. And I hope you really internalize that and consider the fact that money is truly not everything. There will be more opportunities to line your pockets, but this shouldn't be where it is. And I hear people laughing, and I don't know if it's at me. No. I love you guys. But please, really, really do internalize that. I love my drinking water. I love having clean drinking water. I don't want to have to boil my water and think I can't drink this for however long just because I'm thirsty, because it will make me sick. I want to be able to brush my teeth without a second thought. Wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you love to retain that? Please internalize this. Consider that truly money is not everything. Jobs are everywhere. And I understand that as a daughter, it's tough to not have a father there. But polluting the water is not the solution.
Stephanie Zagallo.
Good evening, councilmen and councilwomen. My name is Stephanie Salgado. I grew up in Oakley all my life. Like a lot of these union workers, I also commute. I drive 60 miles to my job and 60 miles to get home. It's really hard. I understand that, and I have a lot of respect for the tradesmen. They probably built this building or built a lot of things in our area, but I come home and probably have an hour left to my day. And the best I can do is take my dogs for a walk. I do not want to see warehouses right out of my backyard. I want to see maybe something more developed, smaller, but why do we need more warehouses? Why do we need future plans for potential data centers? I get off the freeway, you see gas stations, you see storage places, you see property that's been untouched, the recycling center that's empty and just boarded up. Like, is this what we really want to do to our city? We want to bring in more money? We're already paying taxes. Where's that money going? Please, please consider the development of this project and honestly completely ban any future plans or development of data centers. Please just be, I know you guys were a smaller government, and for the city of Oakley, we're not the United States government. We don't have Congress and all that. But we voted for you guys. You're sitting here to represent us. And we all have to remember, stick together as a community. We're not here to bash out laborers. We're not here to bash out residents. Don't pull apart that way. Just put a lot of consideration into this project, please. Thank you.
Jermaine Dondell.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I am Jermaine Dowdell. I'm a field representative for the North Coast States Carpenters Union, and I want to speak in support of this project. I also want to speak about opportunity. When I think about this project, I think about opportunity, the opportunity for growth, the opportunity for apprenticeships, the opportunity for benefits, the opportunity for economic growth in the community. I know a lot of people are passionate about things as well, and I hear you, but I also hear the fact that I have brothers and sisters that are in the trades with me that are away from their families night in and night out, that would love to be home and provide for their families. I heard someone say, in 2045, that's such a long way away, but if we're thinking about the future, we have to think about what we're building for the future, what that future could be for those children that grow up, those opportunities for those people to have careers, and what these small steps, which one of my other trades members said, those small steps could lead to something way bigger. We can't be short-sighted with our future, and we have to think about tomorrow as well. But these projects, and this project as well that I am supportive of, is something I'll urge you to pass. Thank you very much.
Cameron Coran.
Hello, my name is Cameron Curran. I'm 21 years old, and I have lived here in Oakley for 19 of those years. And I honestly did not think I would be coming up here to ever speak. But however, I've looked through the verbiage for a conditional use permit, and I do not think it is possible in any way, shape, or form for a data center to meet those rules, especially regarding the retaining the character of the community. Data centers produce a continuous, roughly 90 decibel hum, and I do not believe that the people who live in the Vintage Parkway neighborhood signed up for that when they moved in there. And I do not believe that I do not believe the character of Big Break Regional Shoreline would be retained by that same 90 decibel hum. I also do not believe that the pollution brought forth by a data center would be conducive to the character of that protected shoreline. I am also in support. I am in support of jobs. I think that I'm pro-union. I believe that that's good. I believe that people should not have to commute for working. It's very obnoxious, I understand. I hate it too. However, having any verbiage or any possibility of there being a data center in my hometown means that I cannot support this project, and I urge you all to vote against it. Thank you for your time.
Eric Hayes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Eric Haynes. I'm a business representative with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. EJ spoke on behalf of the MEPs earlier, and I'm speaking on behalf of the members of Local 104 as well as the MEPs. You know, I really appreciate the open dialogue and the public input from everyone on this project. This is how it's supposed to be. I am not envious of you up there right now, nor will I ever be. But I am here to support this project on behalf of my members that live in Oakley, that live in Brentwood, that live in Antioch, that live in Pittsburgh, and live in Concord. Because I've heard speakers against this from outside of the area. We have members that live outside of the area that would benefit greatly from a reverse commute. I'm tired of hearing that this is a temporary job. All of our jobs are temporary. And if I could work on one job for 1 year, and I live in Oakley, that's going to give me an extra 1,000 hours to spend with my family and with my community. I think you have to weigh that heavily. And I encourage everyone to look up the alternative to their arguments, please, behind me. I'm not going to say the word because it's an evil word tonight. But I encourage everyone to look at the North Concord area. North Point 1, 2, 3, and 4. Similar redevelopment and use of property to what this project would bring. There's not a single data center out there. I said the word, I'm sorry, I said I wasn't going to say it. But there's a whole lot of other businesses out there. From Conco, from Molding Masters to Security One, various other businesses. This is an opportunity to bring a base to Oakley that it doesn't have and it hasn't had in a long time. I hear about the what ifs. The what ifs sit on the south side of Main Street. I have been in Contra Costa since 1974. I've been in Concord since 1987. I've been coming out to Brentwood and Oakley since 1987. And I've seen the changes. But one thing I haven't seen is these magical businesses that everybody thinks are going to come without this development that haven't come. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity to build something nice, new, shiny, sustainable. And I applaud the developer and the property owner for working with the trades and taking pride in union membership to build this project. Thank you.
Samantha? I can't read the first name. It starts with an S and the last name is Gutierrez. And the last one will be Renee.
Hi, everyone. I actually wasn't planning to come up and speak. I just came from a softball game over in Brentwood. I play in their adult league. I have children that go to preschool in Brentwood, but I am an Oakley resident. And it's unfortunate that we have to do so much life in Brentwood because we refuse to develop Oakley in a way that actually benefits our residents. Tonight, all I've heard is, I'm a resident or I work in Contra Costa County. I am actually a resident here. I understand many of these union workers are commuting in from Sacramento. They're not actually residents, you guys. They're not the ones that are going to be directly impacted by this project. So I'm not here representing Sacramento or Sonoma, but actually Oakley. It's absurd, honestly, to have people come and speak on something that is temporary. It's unfortunate, but their jobs, that is the nature of the work. It is temporary. It is a 5-year job at best, and then they are on to the next city council meeting to go and vote for jobs in the next city. We will be here in the 10 years and the 15-year marks because we worked hard to buy homes where we could actually afford them. We came out here because we wanted a suburban lifestyle at an affordable rate. Sorry, my voice is shaky because I'm also fighting for safety at my kids' elementary school, and they go to school here in Oakley, and it's been unanswered. We have bigger issues here. And it is so silly to me that we're sitting here and hearing people talk about they want jobs, they want jobs. AI is replacing all the jobs, okay? Last year, millions of jobs were literally dissolved overnight because of AI. So it is absurd to sit here and say that they are fighting for jobs. These are temporary roles that they're looking to fill with long-term impacts that directly impact my children, their friends, and the upcoming generation. You've heard about groundwater. Well, I would hope you have, actually, because the environmental impact report does not include the groundwater report. The noise and air pollution is lightly mentioned, the light pollution. As an Oakley resident, it takes me 15 minutes to get to a grocery store. If we're so worried about bringing in development, let's actually feed our people. Let's build the parks. Let's have the fields. If we actually care about our children and our future, then we need to build things that will actually sustain our community, and that's not an AI. That is not human-driven impact, and I'm very upset that we even have to sit here until 10 o'clock at night to fight for our kids' future. I'll end there. Thanks.
That was my last public speaker card. We'll go ahead and move to the applicant's presentation.
Good evening. We intentionally wanted to give plenty of time for people to talk. So this presentation is going to be very short. I want to thank Ken for doing a very thorough job of explaining the project. I want to hit a couple high notes, and then we'll turn it over to Jason, and he'll wrap up with concluding comments. My name is David Babcock. I'm the planner on the project. We prepared the PUD. We were involved with a large team of consultants, architects, civil engineers, a whole bunch of people that have a lot of expertise in developing this type of project. Our goal was to create a state-of-the-art Class A project that will attract wonderful tenants and uses. It's an integrated project. The architecture is a high level, integrated with the landscaping, integrated with the signage. It was meant to be something compatible with the adjacent Oakley Business Park, have it tied together. And so with that, we started out with the transition of this property. We talked about what's going on now. The vineyards are older. The economic viability is very low due to the yields, the increased labor costs, and quite frankly, a major decline in the use of alcohol. So that created the conversation, okay, what could we do with this property? And so we brought forth an application that was integrated in with what the existing zoning essentially created, and we want to reconvert the the retail to an overall project that tied both the north property and the south property together. So we felt like that was the right thing to do. Obviously, we've talked a lot about jobs tonight, tax revenue, and the economic growth of this project. We also felt like the benefits have been talked about tonight quite a bit. Jobs, the $1.1 to $1.4 million general fund surplus, the 3,500 new jobs, and that was kind of missed tonight. A lot of talk about construction jobs, and they're only temporary, but there's estimated 3,500 new jobs, $340 million a year in wages from those jobs. We think that's a huge benefit of this project. We can talk more about the 1.5 property tax, the 900 million economic output. That we've talked a lot about the construction jobs tonight, and also revenue to the school district. Overall, the benefits we believe that this project brings to the community. I'm not going to go into Ken did a great job of describing the project, the north and south, but this was to describe, hey, it's right next to the logistics center. The reason we're talking about this is because it's right next to a freeway. You're not bringing trucks into the community. You're isolating it. Yes, there's impacts. Any project anywhere is going to have positive and negative impacts. And so we try and look and work through what are those impacts and where are the real sensitivity. And a lot of the people here tonight are talking because this is going to impact their residential to the east. And so we intentionally focused a lot of work in trying to make some decisions, economic business decisions, to how do you handle that transition? And those are always tough, especially with residential. So we made the buildings smaller. They're much more articulated. We designed it in such a way that large trucks can't go down there. We really put a lot of thought into how that would work to minimize the impact to the residential area. On top of that, we've added landscaping, sidewalks, a buffer edge to that, to those three buildings along Big Break. And here's and a variety of different sizes and shapes. We really wanted to cast a large net to attract the biggest and the best businesses, not necessarily square footage, but we can accommodate a lot of different types of building uses within this type of project. And so when we designed the PUD, we understand in other areas, the technology is changing very quickly. And so you kind of throw out there what types of uses would fit in there. And that went into creating the table in this document. Again, and the articulation along Big Break, we spent a lot of time breaking down the mass, breaking up the top of the parapet, adding glass. On top of that, the top elevation is facing Big Break. The backs of the building are where the truck docks would be. So there's no truck docks facing the residential side. It's all internal, and the truck docks are actually set back within the building. So it really a lot of thought and care went into try and minimize those types of conflicts, I'd say, with the neighbors. And here's a rendering. I think, Ken, you did a good job. When you're an architect showing elevations, you want to show the building. Most of the time, the landscaping is really screened back. This is the ultimate view. This is showing the Zelkova trees toward the front, the eucalyptus trees in the back. Zelkova continues on, and then way down by the entry where the employees and small deliveries would occur, we have crepe myrtles. There's a list of plant material that includes screening shrubs, flowering, accent plants. We did a lot of thought at a preliminary level of how we can improve that edge. That was important to us. So I'll wrap up. I'll let Jason say the final words and appreciate your time.
Thanks, Dave. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Jason Bennett. I'm one of the principals of JB2 Partners. We are the project developer and the development partner of the Klein family.
JB2 Partners is a national development firm. We work with some of the world's largest users in developing warehouse, light industrial, and logistics real estate. We are really excited about this project. We think it's an extraordinary job creation opportunity for the city of Oakley. We're really excited about the direct and indirect economic benefits to Oakley and the surrounding areas. And we believe that we're delivering a significant benefit to the community with a lot of the infrastructure improvements that we're making that Ken mentioned earlier. That said, I wanted to clear up some facts and misinformation about the project. When we sat down with the team to prepare the PUD and think through the project itself, this is a large-scale project. And one of the key attributes of the project is the flexibility that the project offers to attract and accommodate a wide variety of users. And when we did that, we were thinking about what are the predominant uses for this type of space out in the market. Our strategy at the time was and remains to build warehouses, light industrial, logistics real estate for a very attractive Class A business park here in Oakley. However, given the amount of data center use that we've seen out in the marketplace, we thought it might be interesting to include that in our list of permitted uses. We have heard your concerns as a city council, and we have certainly heard the concerns of the community. And in line with the fact that that was never our principal strategy to develop data centers here. In fact, we haven't fully even vetted the feasibility of bringing the infrastructure to the park to accommodate data center uses. I respectfully request to modify our application to remove data center from the PUD and from the application in its entirety. So, with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much, and we look forward to moving forward with this park.
Are there questions for the applicant? Councilmember Williams.
Okay, so I have a couple questions based on public comments, probably applicant, sorry, maybe city, not sure. So we had a bunch of public comments who were talking about bike safety and all of that over on Big Break Road. So can you, anybody, highlight the traffic measures that are happening over, especially on Big Break, and what is the improvements that are happening? And I had written a note earlier about like flashing pedestrians. Are we going to have anything like that, like the pedestrian signage and stuff?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So all three of the frontage roads, Main Street, Bridgehead Road, and Big Break Road, are going to either have dedication and or, well, they will have improvements. And whatever dedication may be necessary to complete the right-of-way. And just to circle back, it would be at the time of improvement plan approval. Circle back to Councilmember Shaw's question from earlier. Big Break Road will include curb gutter, sidewalk. There will be improvements made. If anyone's familiar with the area, and I'm sure many are, where the road crosses over the at-grade railroad crossing, it's kind of, there's not a continuous sidewalk there. There's kind of an area where you got to get up on the sidewalk. So the applicant will be making improvements there. Also on the project frontage, there will be curb, gutter, sidewalk, and a Class 1 bicycle lane added to Big Break Road. I think Bridgehead has a Class, I want to say 2 bicycle lane, and Main Street is to have a Class 4 bicycle lane. And then all of them would have curb, gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, and bicycle.
Okay, perfect. So that sort of addresses some of those questions that people were having about, especially bike safety, right, and riding to the Delta. I also wrote down a bunch of notes. This is going to take a bunch of people. I'm actually going to phone a friend here too with Aaron Meadows. I was writing down all of the stuff about all the environmental, all the runoff, all of the stuff for the Delta. So I wanted to ask, is the Klein Vineyard today an organic vineyard? Does anybody know that? I'm going to say no because I think they would have to have it certified organic. So did we study the environmental impacts of a vineyard? Because I know what those impacts are: harmful algae blooms. We have reduced oxygen levels in water. We have lots of impacts to fish and aquatic ecosystems. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the pesticide and fungicide runoff, if they're not an organic vineyard, there's going to be impacts to the environment. So I think that's important. I also would like to point out that I'm inspired by my friend with the electric cars because I had that as well. I had that same thought that there wasn't a ton of electric cars. But did we talk about Bridgehead project at our multiple climate action plans? Because I remember talking about it with my table group about the Bridgehead Industrial Project, and specifically the people that we were putting stuff up were talking about taking vehicles off the road because of the not only construction jobs, union jobs do work 6 months, 1 year, 5 years at a time. That's the nature of construction. So we talked about it at our table group, but did we have anything in our climate action plan that was specifically sort of highlighting any of that stuff? Because there was about 20 people at both of those meetings for climate action plan. So I'm just wondering if people were worried about the environment at that point in time.
For the climate action plan, I don't recall. As far as, I don't know if this will answer your question, but as far as EVs, there are requirements for even this project to install EV chargers, or at least EV charger ready spaces, and there's a certain percentage according to building code and everything for that. So that would be a part of the project. As far as traffic, vehicle miles traveled, for Oakley, a residential project is always going to have an impact when it comes to vehicle miles traveled. In most cases, any job producing use that will attract employees is almost exempt from vehicle miles traveled studies. So in this case, bringing a use here that would provide for employment opportunities in an area that, as a speaker mentioned earlier, we have a mismatch of jobs housing balance. We're probably 2.5 times as many households as jobs in the city right now. It would help balance that out as well.
Okay, perfect. And then a couple other questions that maybe is more to the applicant. So there's no, you don't have any users for this yet, right? I mean, because you need to have an entitlement in order to attract people. I know that I've been talking to people. Lawrence Livermore Lab has had this on their radar for a couple years, but they need assurances, right? The Green Empowerment Zone, those folks were all super excited about this because it could really be a test model for what they're trying to prove out throughout. But what happens if you get a user and they're like, I don't actually want any of those size buildings. This is what I need instead. Like, what are the parameters around that? If I come in and I have, I'm a biotech user and I want to only have this certain percentage of it, but I like Billiam 1. Oh, yeah. Yes. Sorry, quick procedural. Once we get to 11, we have to vote to extend the meeting. So you're making the motion?
No, Mayor Henderson, are you okay if I make a motion to extend the meeting? I mean, is this the right time to do that?
That's fine.
Thank you. How long?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. So
I didn't hear the motion for how long.
I didn't say, so undetermined until we finish this item at least. So
Yes.
all right, that's my motion.
And we have a second.
Hey, I haven't even heard any recognition from the mayor.
We're just voting to extend the meeting because it's 11 o'clock.
The mayor asked if there's a motion and let everybody know what he's doing.
That's what just happened.
Call the vote.
So we're looking for a motion to extend the meeting to the end.
Okay, so just so we're clear, Councilmember Shaw has made a motion to extend the meeting until the conclusion of this item, which just for the record means that you would continue items 6, 7, 8.
I don't want to do that either.
Well, there is no 8, but you would continue items 6 and 7. Is that the maker's intention?
I changed my mind. Can I just say an hour?
So till midnight?
I don't anticipate it happening for an hour, but that way we're covered.
So the motion is to extend the meeting until midnight.
Yes, that's my motion.
I'll still second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, a roll call vote.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye, if you can get it in the minutes like it's been presented. We said something, I guess.
Councilmember Shaw?
Aye, if we can just vote on it.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Motos?
Yes.
Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
Great. I have ADHD.
You can go back to your question.
Well, now I don't remember because I have ADHD and I can't remember where I
there
was.
were two questions or
Yes,
comments
okay,
to
yes,
be
I got
addressed.
it, yes,
So,
you got it.
The first, you are correct. We do not have any users identified for the park. And what I would say there is please keep in mind for businesses, organizations like those you're talking about, anyone who might be a potential user in the park, this is a critical operational need that's being solved by taking that real estate. So for us to not be able to give them any sort of definite or reasonable time frame in which we can actually deliver this space, if this is going to be used to solve a critical operational need for them, they're going to move on to someone else who can. And we really can't give any sort of definitive timeframes around the space until we get through these approvals. So have we reached out to some groups about taking space there? Sure. What has the response been? Call me when you have approvals and you can give me a construction time frame and some window where you feel reasonably confident that you can deliver these buildings. So no identified users for this space at this time. To your second question about how do we address different types of uses, this gets back to the design of the buildings. And what I would say there is two things. First, we do have this wide variety of different sizes in the park. Most of the buildings can be demised, so we can multi-tenant those buildings. And most of the buildings have been designed so that when we do, or if we do demise them, each building user has an office space independent from the other users, has some truck dock access independent of the other users, and really can operate independently in their demised space. So between the different building sizes and the ability to demise most of them into individual spaces, we can accommodate a lot. Secondly, to the building design, we go to great lengths working with our team, and our team includes one of the foremost architectural firms in our space to try to design the most general purpose, forward-thinking buildings possible that stand the test of time, that will survive, the evolution of building spaces and so on, and that can accommodate the widest variety of uses. That's why we're asking for the approval of the specifications that we've come in with. It allows us to be really flexible and accommodate and address a lot of different potential uses in the park, from standard corporate users that we've talked about in some of our presentations, to some of the organizations that you're talking about, clean energy, whatever it may be. These buildings are very general purpose in their use. And someone mentioned earlier about look at these buildings that are older, second generation, third generation warehouses. They're empty, they're blighted, whatever. Well, when you build a very forward-thinking, forward-looking general purpose design, when one user vacates the space, now you've got something that can attract a second, a third, a fourth user, as you go through generations of users in the space.
Okay, and then one last environmental question. So you talked about the car chargers and stuff like that. I know truck chargers are far off, right? Where several of us sit on the Tri-Delta Transit board, and unfortunately for buses to go fully electric or to use any of that alternative, there does have to be trucks, diesel trucks, or big trucks to also be in that, and they've all pulled completely out of the market. So I don't have a ton of confidence about 2045 being realistic, but thinking ahead, right? I mean, I know we've put some different things in place when we've done gas stations. They need to have charging stations and stuff like that. So what would be the work that's required? Say there is something unique comes out, and then all of the big trucks can be zero emissions. What kind of infrastructure will already be in place there so that there's not something crazy that has to go through? I mean, I'm just speaking from what we did at Tridel Transit. We had to completely overhaul like a hydrogen thing because it's not going to come to fruition. So just trying to think ahead of some of that stuff. Like, is there any input in that now? And if there's not, is there at least planning for how it could be implemented if that ever became a reality?
Well, we've got the EV charging in place, for the passenger vehicles. I would hope that we could piggyback. I'm not an electrician. I'm not an engineer. I would hope that we could piggyback off of some of the infrastructure that's in place for the passenger vehicles, to accommodate some of that future type EV charging.
Okay. All right. I think I'm done with questions. Thank you for the comment about taking out the data center, because I think that was definitely going to be a no-go for me. I couldn't vote on that with that, so I appreciate you guys thinking that.
Mr. McMurray, you.
I was going to remind you about the vote.
He was reminding me of the time limit that we were coming up on. And we've already voted to continue the meeting.
So Mr. McMurray has something to say after that?
Well, you have questions, Councilmember Shaw?
Yes. Again, also, I will leave the thanking you out until we come back to deliberation, but I do have a couple questions now that the project is a little more palatable for me, is the use of native plants. I want to make sure that when we are doing our planting, and I know this has a landscaping plan, but the vineyards are so important, especially to the residents in Vintage. I was wondering if you would be open to potentially incorporating some vineyards into the landscaping so that that can stay as part of it, whether it be on the Big Break side or, I would love to incorporate that because it's been there for so long, and I think it would be a great way to pay homage to that. But also any other plants I want to make sure we are using.
Yeah, so confirmed on the native plantings wherever feasible, particularly around the buildings and in the planter area, in the planter areas and the parking areas. We are using the drought tolerant, native species. As far as incorporating some vineyard concepts, again, I'm not a landscape architect. Happy to talk to our landscape architect about it and see how that factors into the drought tolerant requirements that we have to follow. Happy to look into it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then the community benefit of the money towards the bridge on Bridgehead, which I think is great, and the trail signs, fencing, and all the things that it was said earlier that you did work with Big Break Regional Park on creating those for the expansion of the trail. Since there is kind of a benefit on the Bridgehead side, I was wondering, I did have a resident specifically at the town hall talk about this sign, this Big Break sign that's on Big Break Road going to, and so maybe kind of some sort of, since we are going to be doing the signs and the trail fences and all of that, maybe it's something we can look at.
We'd be happy to make a contribution toward that sign. Yeah.
Okay, those are the only questions I have right now, but I will have more in deliberation.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Talking.
Some lady over on the wall.
Can you please hold your comments? We allowed everybody else to speak. We're trying to take care of this now. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Is it okay if I start now?
Are you asking me for permission?
You're the ones talking.
I'm not talking. I was actually directly asking for permission. Go ahead.
Thanks.
I had to answer the question for Anissa because,
We have had decorum throughout this whole thing. Can we please just finish this? There's a lot to get through, and we need to give this the amount of... Okay, thank you.
We can put away the argument and let officer or candidate,
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Meadows speak.
Okay, so is there going to be landscape medians on Main Street?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll speak to the vineyards and the landscaping later.
Okay, that covers all the questions. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation.
May I? I don't know what the others are hearing, but in this corner, I'm hearing more voices, and the problem is I'm trying to concentrate on how to form a vote with the people here. So if anybody else is talking out here and it's getting in here, it's interfering with the debate. I really, I don't know if it's anybody here, but when in this corner, it's reverberating in here, and I'm hearing 2 or 3 voices at a time. And the ones that are deliberating are right here, so I need to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start with deliberation. Councilmember Shaw.
Sorry, I just put a Twix in my mouth. I do want to say that I was not in any way ready to support this project with the data centers in it. I just think that it wasn't something that my constituents were going to support. I know that there are some other concerns on the project as well, but the data center was a no-go for me, so I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. It made this a whole lot easier. I did have a town hall, and I do want to address some of the comments that were made from the speakers, because I did I actually took notes on all speakers, but a few that I wanted to address. First of all, Joey making the comment that the EIR for the current project and the EIR for the project that is already there, all 3 of them were identified in the specific plan for the River Oaks crossing. It's just the converting prime farmland was less than significant impact back in 2008, while now it is a higher impact. So they were all 3 in there. I just only mentioned the 2 that matched the impact. There is a jobs, housing, and balance here, and that was mentioned by not just the unions and the trades that were here, but it is something that we have been fighting on. And, I ran my campaign on live, work, play. And I know that's a thing we have within the city as well, but I actually ran my campaign on that. And not just live. We have to be able to work here. And I think that is very, very important. Big Break does need to be improved, and this is doing that. And as far as the infrastructure needed first, the city doesn't have the money to make these improvements. And that is why I asked the question is, when are the improvements going to be made as far as when the development would happen? And if I heard correctly in a meeting I had earlier this week, the occupancy certificate wouldn't be given to a tenant until the construction work for the roads have been done. I heard that correctly? And that's important, because if we have them, okay, you know what, guys, come in, build these beautiful new roads, and then they got to bring in the trucks to do the construction, it's kind of also going to tear up those new roads. So I'm okay. I don't want the jobs opening. I want the roads improved before we have all the extra cars on the road, but I do understand that there's going to be cars from construction, so I just wanted to address that. As far as being too busy to read the EIR because of my day job, I pulled together a town hall. I pulled together a town hall very quickly because I watched the Planning Commission meeting. I had not been given all of the paperwork as a council member, and so I really wanted to give the residents an opportunity to speak and be able to have dialogue back and forth, because at council meetings, as you see, you have 3 minutes to speak and we don't get to speak back. And I really wanted to be able to give that to the residents that were going to be very affected by this, the ones that showed up to the Planning Commission meeting. And so, no, I had not done all of the data for the EIR. I have it here today, and I've read not only the EIR for this, but also the EIR for the specific plan that is in place from 2008. So within a week, it's a little bit difficult to get all that done, but it hadn't been given to the council yet, so that was not a requirement. Neither was having the town hall, which Councilmember Fuller, I know you did question, and I did pay for that myself out of pocket. No one else financed it. I wanted to clear that up. And then the comment about if you live in Oakley, the commute is just what it is. It's necessary. It doesn't have to be. If we can bring jobs, we can live here, we can work here, and we can play here. And I think that is very, very important. And for those reasons, I am very grateful that the data center has been taken out because it's making my choice a lot easier. And I will turn it over to someone else.
Councilmember Williams.
All right, awesome. I too wrote down a bunch of comments, a couple that I think are really important for people to hear. So I've heard a lot of people talk about how we need commercial, we need this, we need this. I think anybody can attest to how much vacant commercial land we have currently. It's significant. We also had a consultant come in, I think it was 3 years ago, and they looked at all of our commercial land and they said what Oakley needs, because we have a jobs to housing imbalance, is this commercial land needs to be converted to light industrial. So we are doing the things that we paid for. We paid consultants, experts outside who had no idea about this project or this project, just identifying you have too much commercial land that's not producing for Oakley. We have been talking ad nauseum about how to bring in living wage jobs, because we bring a housing project and everybody doesn't like it. And we bring fast food and nobody likes it. And these people bring in a development and people don't like it. So at some point, we do have to pay attention to the laws of the state of California, and the landowners do have rights, and we can't force somebody to, one, farm something that's not sustainable for them. None of us in this room want to work for free, I can guarantee it. And I don't know how many of the people who are faulting the clients have been business owners. You do that because you need to actually pay for your things, and you're investing in a community, and that doesn't always turn a profit. So I don't think anybody in here has the client's P&L statement about how much money they're bringing home. So I think that's an unfair thing to punish somebody who purchased that land in 1982, which predates the Vintage Parkway. It predates the building. So I'm sorry, but my husband and I was 24 when we bought our house. I looked, I saw green spaces next to me. At 24, I knew that it wasn't going to be green space. So we pulled up and we looked to see what was zoned next to us, because that's what you have to do. You're making a commitment to this. It's not fair for the landowner who predates all of this, who had their existing zoning. They're not telling us, you know what, I want to completely flip this around. That zoning was in place before your houses were, and I'm very sorry that you feel that they don't have rights, but they do. They have rights, and we have to respect that. And I think people are talking about the boogeyman of what this project is. We are bringing in jobs. What we want to do, and let's not even talk about the union jobs. I did make a note about, all the comments about them being temporary jobs or whatever. So I appreciate whoever, sorry, I'm not good with writing down names like some of the other council members. Somebody talked about there's continuous maintenance roles that will be, union jobs. That's really important because those don't go away. And I think it's really important that we start providing living wage jobs. I think it's silly for us to say, oh, because my parents did it, or because I am fine driving 2 hours. I don't know if everybody's paying attention, but we're about to lose Bart. So with all of that stuff happening, we're going to have to save ourselves. The state has come in and said that our county can't depend on them to save us. We're not getting an infusion of cash. So if we can create living wage jobs here, and if we can put stuff into the economy, everybody doesn't have to get hit with these, I think, 8 bonds and 8 tax measures that are coming on this. This is stuff, I think everybody in this room is probably going to say no to the multiple Oakley bonds that are happening. So what happens if this project, that extra money that they talked about for schools, then that saves the schools and they can start doing the things that they need to do, and it's not on your backs. We have residents here who have the highest assessments. It's one side of their bill is higher than the other. So it's not fair to say, that's okay, my parents commuted 2 hours, I've sucked it up and done it. It's just not, that's not how this is supposed to be. We want the people who live here to be able to work here. And I think anybody who is against a biotech job, anybody who's against any science research, anybody who's against a business park, what do you want here? How do we provide jobs? Walmart, I think, has 60% of the people on SNAP benefits. So I want to provide living wage jobs. I really appreciate the data center coming out. There's no way I could have voted for that portion to stay in, so I do appreciate that. But with that, I will leave it for somebody else.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
I agree with what you just
we
said,
gave you
Councilmember
folks time.
Williams.
We let everybody have their 3 minutes. It's now our time to do our job, and I'm asking you one more time to let us do your job. And outbursts doesn't make it any easier up here as we're trying to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Good comments. Mine will be much briefer. Councilmember Shaw mentioned vineyards in the landscaping. I disagree. If you look across the street from this project, you can see vineyards in the landscaping, and they're not maintained. Streets of Brentwood has vineyards in the landscaping, and they look like crap. I would not suggest it because they're never maintained properly. Former Mayor Nix had mentioned that we were working on a light industrial plan for that whole area, both sides of Main Street, especially the south side, but because they were smaller parcels. And if that would have gone through, we would have had a lot more jobs, and it would have been a lot easier to bring in those types of businesses. And he's right, somebody came in really kind of from the outside and dropped something in on us that kind of destroyed that vision. So, I mean, we've been looking at this. That was in the 90s. And I was working on that at that time. I love this project. I mean, when I ran in 2020, I ran on economic development. I ran on jobs, and that's what this is. Yeah, these are temporary jobs for, probably 5 years or whatever it's going to take to build out. But at one point, I was in the laborers union. I mean, you guys don't know that, I'm sure. But I was in 324. That storm drain line that runs across that property right now, a 54-inch and then 84-inch on the north side, I was on the crew that installed it. So, and those are good jobs, good local jobs. I got a lot of friends that retired out of both the laborers and Local 3. We got long-term jobs coming out of that project. What, 3,500? Brad mentioned that the jobs housing imbalance. We have a huge jobs housing imbalance. This is exactly what we need for our families. This allows our families to live and work right here. You guys all mentioned, some people laughed at, your kids going to your kids' soccer games and all that. That is why we pushed 30 years ago for trying to bring the jobs south of that project so that we could have our families living and working and spending their money in their community and spending time with their kids and coaching their children in Little League and soccer and whatever is important. So I support this project. So thank you for bringing it.
Councilmember Fuller.
All right. This is about as bad as it gets in local government. I've been doing this for 18 years on one dais or another, and this is about as bad as it gets. The Oakley City Council 5, McMurray, Meadows, Shaw, Williams, Henderson, you see what it's like up here, are creating an environmental cesspool and forcing it onto the residents of Oakley, especially Vintage Parkway. And that is the council member right there getting up and walking out. Councilmember Shaw for the council for the Vintage Parkway. Wait. First, there are air quality with significant deterioration in the EIR. There is no way to avoid this. No way that it says there. They went through it. The draft EIR was 563 pages. The final EIR was 863 pages. There is no way to improve the air quality. What I'm very distressed, because si se puede, solidarity, I'm with the union. But what it says in there, the workers are going to be exposed to poor air quality. It's not a good place to be working. So if I approve this thing, I'm saying, okay, great, you're going to get paid. But how long have we worked for the man to living in a bad area? What about asbestos workers? How were they like? They went there, they did a lot. Nobody paid any attention. Finally, they had to pass a law. How many union members died in that exercise? How many union members died in other exercises? We know what it's like. We'll work and we'll work, but we got to keep it a safe work environment. That's what bothers me in the air quality. So what do we have? A young couple gets a house in Vintage Parkway. It's a nice neighborhood, close to schools, neighbors are nice, and they have a child. That child has respiratory problems, asthma. They have another child, second child. That one doesn't have any problems. So they begin raising their child. Now, keep in mind, because I have asthma, and the inhaler I use to keep my lungs open costs $417 an inhaler. That's $208 a month that needs to be there. The workers are right. The reason is I had a great job in LAPD and I have Medicare, so it doesn't cost me. But you're asking the people of Vintage Parkway if they have a 2-year-old child with asthma to endure it, to go through it. That is not right. That is not right. That's why they came up with the EIR. And we know it. We are sitting here with 2 reports saying there's significant air quality disruption with nothing that you can do to stop it. You will live with poor air quality if it continues. Okay, so what did we go here? Facilitate the building with a significant air part. Okay, moving on. We are continually discussing how we can get around this. However, first things first. We are worried about what it's going to do to the air quality. What can we get around it? But in Oakley, first things first. And I've said it over and over again. I saw it when I first moved here 14 years ago, 15 years ago. I saw it very much. We got to take care of the privileged, the people that put together this city, the one that's got the land. We're going to build a McDonald's? We got to build it, buddy. Because so-and-so, Benke, owns it. Now we're up here in another one. And the first priority is take care of the privileged landowners. And that's what we're doing. We're saying the hell with the greenhouse emissions. Why not? Global warming. We can make this a Sahara Desert. If you want to prove the vineyards won't grow, keep going up with the global warming. So we're going to dump a bunch of greenhouse gases up in the ozone. We go along. What else? Okay, California is an agricultural state. Now, when I bring it up, Williams says, well, it's only 3%. Yeah, 3% of 32 billion, something along that line, It's the number one industry in the state. Is agriculture. They're trying to preserve it. They passed out laws. The Kleins made their vineyards, excuse me. The Kleins.
Don't look at me. It's the audience. Talk to them.
I don't know. I hear voices over
I
here.
know, right there. We've said 5,000 times that they need to stop, and they don't. So that's where
I
it's
don't
coming
know what we have to do. The Kleins had their vineyards declared historic vineyards, and there were a lot of benefits with that. But they're so historic, they say they aren't making money, and because they aren't trying to buy them wine. I don't know what to say, but guess what? The nation, the world, is going down on alcohol consumption. With who? The young people. Now, that's just a turnaround, but it's gotten to the point like Jim Beam has shut down their Lexington, Kentucky distiller for 1 year because it has so much booze that they can't sell it. So they shut it down. So it's not only here, it's in the alcohol business, period. But it's the California State Department of Agriculture has an extension that will work with owners to recycle their land. They recycle their land, and I graduated from Iowa State. I spent 5 years in that state. I mean, first off, bring out something warm. Second off, you better enjoy eating corn and lots of beef. But I say that because if you aren't making money in corn, what do? You find another crop. What do you plant? Soybeans. What a novel idea. So we're now the Chinese, or I can't remember who was buying our soybeans, they're not buying it, so now they're going to plow it under, and they'll, trust me, Iowa State and their extension course will find another crop to grow and make the farmers work money, because that's what farming's all about. That's what farming's all about. You ain't making money in grapes, you go to something else. You just don't put up a data center, I don't think they're going to fit out there. So, when we go through it, that's where we are. Now, how are we going to get around it? Significant contributions. Well, we had an economic group come in. Oh, you're going to have a lot of jobs. We published 3,500. If you go through the report, it says 2,000. And if you're lucky, over time, you might get 1,500 more. I said 1,500. Then I read the report. It says 2,000. Why? Distribution centers and factories are going robotic. 40% of Amazon's work is done by robotics. Guess who figured out that's going to be a lot of money? Elon Musk. You can say whatever you want about Elon Musk, but he's shutting down his Tesla plant in Fremont and putting in robotics, because that's the way it's going to go. They're not going to have a whole lot of people coming in there. They're going to have robots moving it around. I was even in a restaurant in Philadelphia. A robot was my server. They leave a little note, and they go down, and they come back, and here it comes. It's robotics, so it isn't going to necessarily go. City revenue growth. Oh, yeah, if you go off of what's built, but this is going to take 20 years. So what happens with city revenue growth? Oh, 2 buildings go up, and look at the money we're getting. So that keeps there 20 years, and you keep building out 20 years. But when you assess it, the ones built 20 years ago are going to have money. They're going to bring up a lot of money. But what about the ones that are first built? They're assessed because of 13 below value. And what happens over time with all that property tax? We carry it. If you don't think it isn't a problem, ask Compton. They put it along Artesian, nothing but warehouses. They have a tough time fielding the police force because Proposition 13 is killing their revenue. All right? Economic diversification. Well, Mr. McMurray can get warehouses built. You can get warehouses built, but we're becoming the land of the warehouses. If you go up to the northwest corner, we're the land of warehouses and large buildings. but I don't see how that's economic diversification. Now, if we were having a college here built with them, then we have a college diversification. They have a nice contract, all sorts of things. But that's their alignment with the general plan. Sure, it's going to be aligned with the general plan. They're going to vote it in. So they'll just, oh yeah, well, you know, it isn't quite there, but we put a little zone over here, and ignore this EIR, and we got it aligned with the general plan. Okay, productive use of unutilized land. God forbid that we keep that land clear and we keep the air quality good. And that's what the EIR said. The solution to the air problem, air quality, greenhouse, agriculture, don't build. So the way it keeps that there is going. So when we say unutilized land, the cleanest land and the best for the community is not to have anything there to start out with. Okay? All right, so production of industrial space, and we could go on. That's saying, but that's what we're trying to say. Okay, folks, you know you got an asthma problem, you got a child home with asthma, guess what? We're going to say, yeah, oh, it's economic growth. We got to, has that anybody ever heard that? Upton Sinclair, he's my hero. Lived quite a while ago, lived up in Monrovia. But you want to see a union man, see what they on. The rich take advantage of the poor. The rich take advantage of the poor. And the only way the poor get a chance is if the government works, and this, we're not working in for Oakley. We're not doing that. So I am grateful for the workers to be here. I put them in con. I may be losing everything. I worked, it was a hot July and August in 2025, and I walked and I met with Mr. Solis, and I met with Mr. Francisco, Mr. Nunez, and I don't see Mr. Sobrante, but there's other people that I've seen that have been here, and it's great. I want that. I hope you ones get in there and start talking to Mr. McMurray. Should be getting on the municipal contract, especially with the library. We had the painters come in, 16. They came in and donated $4,000. I put the person there. He's a really good guy at Group Floors. Put him on. He was going to be my emergency guy and everything. Councilmember Williams says he wasn't qualified. Kicked him to the curb, man. He was gone. But that's what they did. He needs to come in and meet with him. Now, I brought it up, and he said, going with the library, it's too much money and too
Councilmember
much
Fuller, I
trouble.
apologize, but we're not talking about the library.
No.
We're
I'm still
about this
talking.
project.
I'm saying why they're here. You're saying they aren't looking here at the jobs?
We're getting far afield off what we're voting on, so I would appreciate if you would
talking about people.
focus your comments
you see what
on
I
the
have.
project.
They don't want to hear about labor getting jobs. They don't want to hear about it. They'll give you lip service, but they want to hear about it. I'm saying get a hold of Mr. McMurray.
Okay, well, you have a cranky
You
city
should be
attorney
having
because
Mr.
it's
McMurray in
11:45
there.
p.m., so please focus
Okay.
on what is before
Now,
us.
so you see what's happening here. Councilmember Shaw, I had town hall meetings. I didn't get my invitation, but then they censored me. They don't like me. They censored me, saying I wouldn't get any invitations. But did anybody else in the city get an invitation? Pretty select group for town hall. Saying, well, because we have a town hall, we can do it. I don't believe it. Thank you. All right. So that's what the censure is all about. They have kept this a secret, and that's not right. That's not together. They started talking about this project in 2022. If you look at their time they incorporated in Nevada, start looking at the dates, 2022. They put this thing in at 2024. What did they do? Oh, my buddies here ran a candidate against me. All 4 of them weren't there. Went there and said, oh, yeah, this other guy, we can't here. And so they didn't want me to find out something. What happened? I won. No surprise to me, but what is to them? So what did they come up with? Oh, the city manager is getting harassed.
Okay,
we got to do something.
This is
We're
not
gonna cut 'em off.
appropriate.
We're gonna
This
cut
is
'em off.
not focused on this topic.
Oh, yes, it is. because
Focus
you're
on
keeping it
the
from the city.
topic, Councilmember Fuller.
Now
This
you
is
see
not
how
a
they
time
keep
for
it
your
silent.
conspiracy theories.
They don't want you to hear it. You know? Yeah, I am too. You think I'm tired? You ought to see my dog back here, by the way. I've been listening.
Okay, let's focus.
Agreed.
So, anyway, so the bottom line is I want to see the workers, but it's not the right project. I want to see them come in here, but it's not the right project. And I want them to be received. I don't want to hear them say, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I know, like William said, some of you aren't here because you want to be. Like, have you got a snitch thing and somebody's hiring people in there? I don't know. But the bottom line is, it's not the right project, but it's the right idea. I appreciate J2B sitting down and negotiating and coming up with agreement. Now, it's going to pass. I'm going to guarantee it's going to pass. But when it does, the people here, you need to be sitting there. And you saw it's all fuzzy already. We don't know what we're working on, zoning or PUPs or not PUPs. It's all fuzzy, shady. What you got to do is go out there and you can pass a referendum and it'll cancel this, or an EIR lawsuit, or both. And that's got to come out from the community. But remember this. Remember McDonald's. Remember this. Keep it in mind, and when you're in community, it's there. So, that's enough.
Councilmember Williams, and then I get my turn.
Yes, I'll try and keep it brief. So a couple things. If somebody can, please, from our EIR team, show me in the EIR where it says that the neighbors are going to get asthma, because what I read and what I think the attorneys who also had objections to this project who withdrew it was they read that the numbers are below. So can somebody confirm that I'm not making that up? Because there is somebody making stuff up here to get people upset, but I didn't think it was me or the attorneys who were part of the environment, so.
Good evening, Rod Stinson again, Rainy Planning and Management. The thresholds under CEQA that we look at are not asthma cases. It is the science of the mass emissions of criteria pollutants. The thresholds are established by the ambient air quality standards set by the state. And the air district sets how, okay, we're not in non-attainment. The air basin is in non-attainment for ROG and NOx. And they set numeric thresholds. We model the project. Does it exceed those thresholds, yes or no? That's a significant impact. We apply mitigation where feasible. And even if it's still over those, then we have to conclude it's significant and unavoidable. It's not necessarily specifically related to asthma cases. It's tied to health from an air basin-wide standpoint. The impacts to the neighborhood related to health impacts is a separate analysis, and that was done with Gaussian modeling, identifying a maximum concentration at the nearest household, calculating that to potential increases in cancer risk, which is the worst. That's worse than asthma, right? That's what
And it was below, correct? It's below.
That is below the threshold, both from the project level and in the cumulative setting.
Okay, and do we as a government just get to make up how we feel about something, or are there state standards that we are supposed to be following in order to do these, right? Because I know anecdotally, I can say people speed up and down my street all the time, right? But then the PD comes out and they have to have their, measurements and stuff, right? Is everything that we do here in a project, do we have a governing body who is highlighting that, right? Like we can all say, we feel this, we feel that, but is there science that we're supposed to be using when we make these decisions, or can we just sit up here and say that this is how something is and without any data or proof?
The state statute, California Environmental Quality Act, identifies all of the criteria that we need to look at, and each one of those includes specific questions that we need to answer in the EIR. And the city, as the lead agency, establishes what those thresholds of significance are. In air quality, they defer to the air district as the expert in that case. But for each topic, there's a separate set of thresholds of significance, and that's what the project gets evaluated against.
Okay, so signing off on this is not saying we understand that our residents are going to get more cancer, they're going to have they're going to have breathing issues. Is that what this, if I sign off on this, is that what that EIR is saying? The residents around the project and throughout the city.
No, there's nothing in the ER that says that. I think as has been explained and was shown on the slides, there are the impacts that were analyzed, and the reactive organic gases, even with mitigation, remain above for the ambient air quality standards and the base criteria pollution. Thank you. And other than that, there's no finding in the EI or anything like that that reaches that conclusion.
Okay. And then just one more thing about farmland across the state of California. So right now, I believe all environmental scientists have found that farmland is contributing a ton, right? And they've said that if everybody followed the dietary guidelines as laid out, California actually currently still has an excess of 280 million acres if we followed the dietary guidelines. That would also then reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the cumulative effect of that. So I know that's not the topic of this, but again, I just want to go back to, because I heard how they need to grow soybeans and they need to grow things. So as a city, can we tell a landowner when they have a zoning on their property, hey, we don't think you tried hard enough to farm this, and you need to do that?
No, let's say this project didn't exist. The landowner could go out there tomorrow and yank those vines out with no city approvals.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we've listened to a lot of hours of testimony tonight. It's my turn to talk, okay? Thank you. For years in this community, bringing jobs, bringing something different than gas stations, fast food restaurants with drive-thrus, or storage units is always a common theme that we hear. The data center definitely went on everybody's radar. There's a lot of unknown with the data center. And now with the applicant saying they're willing to pull that, and what I would like to see in the resolution is that it says there's no data center on this project, period. And it eliminates that use for this project, which then, listening to the community tonight, says that was the biggest element that concerned people. To be able to bring jobs in, to see the improvements on Big Break Road, to see Main Street get cleaned up with a center median, to give us something to be proud in coming into town from the north side of town. All are improvements that people have asked for, but there hasn't been a way to do. And so I think getting that extra element in there, getting the jobs into the community is important. And that's kind of where I lie on this. And with that, if there's not any further discussion or deliberation, I would call for a motion.
A point of clarification, if the maker of the motion is amenable to the developer's proposal, which is to remove data centers, then the motion should reflect that the data centers would be removed from the ordinance where it is, or ordinances where it is authorized. That, if that's your pleasure, I just wanted to point that out. You would need to make a motion, because if you approve, you have 2 ordinances and 3 resolutions you're adopting. If you approve them as they're appearing in the packet, that would still be in. So if it's the pleasure of the council to approve the project as the developer is now limiting on the data centers, that needs to be part of a motion.
Sorry, one more point of clarification too. There was that line item about the Diablo Water suggestion about utilities too. I think even without the data center, I feel like that's a good, does that need to be included, or was that, okay.
Yeah, as Derek had explained, I would, the removal of the data center would be in the 3rd motion on the screen, and the addition of the condition of approval suggested by staff would be on the 4th bullet point or 4th motion on the screen. Thank you.
I move approval of the project's environmental impact report.
Okay, so you want to take these one by one, and you're moving through the first item.
Can we do them procedurally? Can we do them all together?
I am comfortable with you doing them all together as long as the record is clear of any changes you're making. But Ken, do you have? I mean, I'm comfortable with that. But if we want a separate vote on each of them, we can do that.
I move approval of all 5 items with the language inserted into the 4th item for that Diablo Water District requested, and language inserted into the 3rd bullet point here, removing the data center.
Now, where are we? I asked before, but is there a rezoning in this?
Yes.
Okay, what is the vote needed to pass that part?
3 out of 5.
What?
3 out of 5.
Not 4 out of 5?
There is no supermajority requirement on any of these items.
No.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Call for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Fuller?
No.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
At this point, let's call for a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
Y'all made it through the whole meeting. Pieces of shit. Damn. That's crazy. The incentive must have been hot. An extra $50. Ow. Is that what it was? Damn, y'all made it all the way through.
What? Didn't hear you. Okay, it's midnight. Request of the council, do we want to finish the last two items, or do we want to call the meeting tonight?
Yeah, let's please just finish. I'll make that motion to finish.
So we have a motion to finish. Do we have a second? Can we do a roll call vote on that?
You do need to take a roll call vote on that.
So the motion is to continue the meeting to the end, and it was
I moved. I don't know who seconded.
Councilmember Williams, seconded by Vice Mayor Meadows.
Councilmember Fuller?
No.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Item 7.1, City Manager's Report.
I have no report tonight.
Item 7.2, council members acting as succession agency liaison.
I mean, I obviously want to report, but I will not. I'll just submit. Can we submit something, and if people choose to read it? You don't want to put yours in writing. Are you going to report then? Okay. Okay. Tri-Delta Transit, there's a lot of things coming up with lots of taxes and bonds and all that stuff like I was talking about. We moved some Measure 3 funds to move away from hydrogen facilities. Also, we do have something exciting with the Tri-Delta Transit and Police Community Partnership effort, which is starting here. Not asking for extra law enforcement actions, but just transactional between the bus and PD as they're out there, just so that they start recognizing, that they're there to support them. I attended the BART board meeting. Everybody probably knows, board passed the option that defers any station closures until fiscal year 2027, but there will be quickly escalating increases and service cuts, especially if the measure doesn't pass. I was asked to be a governor appointee to a board, and I went to a thing to become a governor appointee to a board and commission. We're just trying to figure out which one they want me to. But it's really exciting because East Contra Costa County doesn't have a voice on a bunch of those. So I'm excited about that. And then attended the mayor's conference. We had a presentation from the Hospital Council of Northern California. And one of the quotes I said earlier today is that the state has said that we have to help ourselves, and that was reinforced at the mayor's conference. That's all.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Since the last meeting, I attended MCE, and then I attended CCTA, where was the last meeting that I started as chair. So we spent a long time discussing the upcoming transportation expenditure plan. That's probably going to be on the ballot in 2028. So we're working on that, and we'll be talking to all the different stakeholders in the county, including the cities, about what projects we want to see in the expenditure plan.
Councilmember Shaw.
Since our last meeting, I attended Tri-Delta Transit on the 25th. I attended the lunch with the rec team, who received an award in the category Outstanding Recreation Program / Special Events, and the award was for our Studio 55. Some of our rec team didn't want to go up there with Troy, so they pushed me up there and got to be in the picture, but it was all the rec team, so staff does an amazing job. The 26th, Cal City's East Bay Division meeting, legislative dinner, Wahab, Grayson, McNerney, and Aragine. On the 27th was the Choice and Aging Crab Feed. Choice and Aging is an amazing advocate for the senior community, helping them age with dignity in place. On the 28th, I attended the third library community meeting at the rec center. On the 5th, I had the honor of speaking at the Girls Empowerment event along with our Officer Caligari and our Assistant City Manager Navarro. This is put on by Rotary School District, City, along with other sponsors. And it is for all 8th grade girls from both middle schools. On the 7th, I went to the Network of Care Crab Feed. I also went to the East County All-Stars opening day, a meet and greet with Senator Cabaldon, and that is it.
And since our last meeting, I attended the mayor's conference. Also got to assist Chief Beard at Oakley Has Talent. And that was quite the event. Staff did a great job on that and made it very difficult on us. And with that, we'll go to 7.2B, future agenda items. Councilmember Williams.
I think based on a lot of the discussion today, I would love to see if we can have a work session to bring like acceptable uses, specifically data centers, like maybe just a work session so that we can talk about if there's ever a place where we want that or anything like that. So that way we can kind of get ahead of it before we get any other projects. So that is my request.
I'll second.
What are you asking for?
A work session on if the city should have data centers or not in our zoning.
Who's going to be our expert?
Any additional future agenda items? If not, I call this meeting adjourned at Wednesday at 5 minutes after midnight.